Good morning.
That didn't work.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. All right. Good to see everybody. Good morning and welcome to the regular monthly open meeting of the 3rd Laguna Hills Mutual Board of Directors, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. Today is Tuesday, August 15th, 2023. It's now 9:31 a.m. We're here in the boardroom as well as available for viewing on TV6, Zoom, and Granicus. I'd like to call the meeting to order, see that we have a quorum. And just staff, is Donna on Zoom by any chance? Okay, all right. Just a comment, if everybody can make sure their cell phones are on silent, that would be helpful, given that we have a pretty full crowd today. That'll help minimize interruptions. So we'll start today's meeting with our Pledge of Allegiance, led by Director Kush Bada. Kush?
Thank you. Please stand, face the flag, and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Wow.
Okay. Well, I tried.
They're great at following.
Well, I tried. Thanks, Kush. Appreciate that. It's now time to approve our agenda. Can I get a motion to approve today's agenda? Jules moves, Ira seconds. Thank you both. Any suggested changes to today's agenda? Okay. Seeing none, we'll consider the agenda approved by consent. We do have a full agenda today, so I might be a little bit quicker to rein in any discussion that I feel is moving off topic. Just to let you know. We're now looking to approve the meeting minutes for 3 different meetings. Let's address them separately. First, can I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes of last month's open board meeting held on July 18th, I believe it was? 13th. No, don't think so. Okay, sorry, business plan review. My mistake, I'm out of order here. Business plan review held on July 13th.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Thanks. Jim moves. Kush seconds. Any suggested changes? Okay. Next, can I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes of our last month's open board meeting held on July 18th? Ira moves. Ralph, is that you seconding? Kind of feel like I'm an auctioneer sometimes. All right. Any suggested changes to those minutes?
I abstained because I wasn't there.
Okay. All right. And I did have a change. Page 12 of 14. This is agenda item 4B. Kind of right in the middle. It's the resolution for the revised resale inspection fee. It mentions that Director Rain Sozak made a motion to approve the resolution, but rather she made a motion to table it. And that's at 2 hours and 50 minutes and 30 seconds into the recording, if you'd like to take a look at that. Thanks. Any other suggested changes? Ralph?
Like this, I should have done the last item. Do you want anything on the meeting, the special meeting for the 3rd presentation of the budget that was held on the 10th? Do you want to add that or no?
I don't think we have that quite ready yet, so we'll approve that next time. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Any other changes? Okay, we'll consider the minutes from last month's approved with the change noted. And then finally, we have the agenda prep meeting, minutes for the agenda prep meeting held on August 4th. Can I get a motion to approve those? Andy moves, Ira seconds. Thank you. Any suggested changes to those?
Again, I abstained.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
Abstain, okay. Thank you. And then otherwise, we'll consider it approved by everybody but Jim. All right. We're now moving on to agenda item 5, which is the report of the chair. I'd like to provide a brief update regarding the budget for next year. Overall, the effort is still in progress, and I believe it's going well. In the current plan, the board is planning to invest some more money than in 2023 into our waistline remediation efforts, our copper pipe relining, and our landscape renovations, all to help reduce costs in the longer run. As I mentioned last month, based upon a one-time additional revenue expectation of $2.275 million in 2024, the board has the choice of keeping the third mutual monthly assessment pretty much the same in 2024 as it currently is, followed by a significant increase in 2025, or we can even out the increases for 2024 and 2025. Considering input from members, the board is currently planning on trying to even out the increases and is planning a 5% increase, or $27.98 in 2024, to bring third's portion of the monthly assessment from $559.62 this year to $587.60 in 2024. GRF's portion of our monthly assessment is currently planning an increase of 3.34%, or $7.40, taking it from $221.31 this year to $228.71 in 2024. So these currently planned changes would bring the total monthly assessment, not including surcharge that some members pay, from $780.93 this year to $816.31 in 2024. If you've attended or listened to any of our budget meetings over the past few weeks, you may know that there is one area in which the board is considering reducing services, and this is for janitorial services for three-story buildings. For those of you who are not aware, all members in Third Mutual currently pay to have common areas, including walkways, breezeways, lobbies, mailrooms, and elevators, of our 81 three-story buildings cleaned by janitorial services every week. As the board worked with staff to understand the details of how our money is spent, some members of the board questioned this service, as those who live in one-story and two-story buildings don't get their walkways cleared by staff. The board does understand the unique nature of these three-story buildings, which have common areas, again, such as lobbies, mailrooms, trash rooms, and elevators that other buildings don't have, and have discussed reducing these janitorial services from every week to every other week. Implementing this janitorial service reduction in 2024 would save $2.71 per manor per month in assessment, which is why the board continues to consider this. If you have thoughts on this, please feel free to share them with me or other board members so that the board can take members' input into consideration as we finalize this decision. And that completes my remarks for today. As always, thanks for listening and thank you for your support. Moving on to agenda item 6, which is update from VMS board. Today, there will be no update from the VMS board. The VMS and third boards are working together to determine if there is a better way to provide VMS-related updates with our members. In the meantime, during the CEO report later today, Ms. Foster will provide any significant updates regarding VMS to you all. Okay, and then moving on to agenda item 7, our open forum. At this time, members may address the Board of Directors regarding items within the jurisdiction of this Board of Directors and not on the agenda. The Board reserves the right to limit the total amount of time allotted to the open forum to 30 minutes. Each member is asked to speak for no more than 3 minutes. A member may speak only once during the open forum, and members may not give their time to other people. Members not in the boardroom can also share their comments by joining this meeting via Zoom or by emailing your comments to meeting@vmsinc.org to have your message read during this open forum, should time permit. Thanks. Michaela, we have any members who wish to speak with us today?
Yes, the first speaker is Chris Collins.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chris Collins, 3306Q, and I'm here with an update about the work of the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village, which is on behalf of residents who are experiencing temporary financial challenges. Fall help is available. What happens after you fall? That's a critical moment. Can you get up on your own? Are you seriously injured? Can you call for help? The president of the foundation of Laguna Woods Village reflects. Having fallen myself late at night in my own manner, I know those questions only too well. Emergency response devices or medical alert systems are there, sometimes called, can provide an answer. And for those of us who live alone, those devices provide an easy way to request help. For family members and caregivers, medical alert system provides peace of mind knowing if their loved one is protected and can get help quickly in the event of an emergency. Knowing that help can be reached and requested permits greater independence while also reducing anxiety and stress. As a corollary to its effort to promote fall prevention in the past year, the foundation is helping those residents who are fall prone but have limited financial resources to get the benefit of emergency response devices. So the foundation has rented approximately 70 of such devices for village residents just in the past year. Access to such help is available through social services, which determines need and financial eligibility. So social services, which is located right here on the first floor of the community center, can be reached at 949-597-4267. Fall prevention classes are also available for August and September, and the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village is partnering with Memorial Care Saddleback Medical Center to provide classes free of charge right here in the village at Clubhouse 2, with medical center staff leading the sessions. The sessions focus on different aspects of fall prevention, incorporating chair exercises, stretches, and strengthening to help improve strength and stability. The program will be offered as one-month segments with 3 one-hour sessions in each month. On Wednesdays from 2:30 to 3:30 in August and in September, residents can register for a single month's sessions. Registration can be done via ActiveNet or at the Clubhouse 2 or Recreation Center. So if you have any questions, please contact the foundation at 949-268-2246 or the foundation at comline.com. And for more information about the foundation, please go to our website at the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village. Please note that donations can always be made using PayPal on our foundation's website. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Just a quick reminder, if you did fill out a speaker request form, you must be a manor owner. We cannot accept leasees to submit these forms. So just wanted to give you guys an update on that. Next speaker is Shirley Eschlinger. Thank you.
2354, Building Captain Emeritus. I ended it in December, but no one has stepped forward to take it on, so I'm still running behind the scenes. They still salute me when they see me. I am objecting to taking away our cleaning crew and taking them down to once every 2 weeks. We experience this when there's a holiday and they don't come. The dirt is there. All of our units, we have 8 units on every floor. We use 1 laundry room. Some people are neat, some people aren't. But when I see what they clean up, and I hear you say, well, these other 2-story buildings, they don't have it. But we are an open building. We get all the wind, we get all the dust. In the garage, we get all the leaves, which some of my compatriots in the building help sweep up. It is not done by Laguna Woods Village. It is done by whoever wants to be proud of their building, which I am. I am proud of the residents in my building, which I really am. And we do our best. But when it comes to this type of cleaning, of keeping up pollen off of the floors, dust to walk into our units, like I say, we're open-ended. And every one of these 3 stories gets all of the debris done in. So I'm going to object to that, and I have one more point. What is the wage level of the people who come in and clean? Are they being cut down for hours since they're not going to be doing it twice or every week? Are you taking away their hours so they no longer have that income coming in? They're usually low man on the totem pole, those who come and clean up after us. So bear that in mind too. You may be able to make cuts somewhere else as material that came into my email. How come we've increased the number of people in compliance? Now you want to take away maybe somebody's hours that's supporting their family down in the lower levels? And I look out for them because they become part of us. We see them every week. They are our compatriots in keeping our building clean. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we're running low on time, so that just takes time for other speakers.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bridget Archer.
Good morning. I just spilled chocolate all over the front of my blouse so that I can make a really good impression this morning. Anyway, I'm Brigitte Archer. I live in building 3428, Unit A. I'm here to express a pressing concern regarding the ongoing behavior of my neighbor in 3428 and Phyllis Waite. You all know who she is because she's here all the time. Her behavior has caused significant repercussions to me and to this community. Her consistent demand for attention not only incurs costs from the HOA, but it also has directly impacted my personal well-being as being a member of this community. Regretfully, her actions has deprived me of a peaceful living environment and the amenities that I cherish. Simple joys like the sound of a very soft water fountain, relaxing by my fireplace, actually my small fire table on my patio in the evenings, or enjoying a barbecue on a compliant barbecue unit that is electric and not flame. All of this has been disrupted due to her incessant interventions. My privacy is essential for a quality living experience, and it has been consistently compromised by these intrusive camera pointed into my patio for over a year. The patio is down now. The camera's down now, but it was always pointed to my patio. And security and landscaping could always be watched, observed, and heard by her when they visited. The presence of security personnel coming around the back of my patio with flashlights at night while I'm entertaining guests, or even just alone, is really unsettling. Frequent visits both day and night have led to awkward encounters. The comments from security when they come out about the fountain is that she tells them it sounds like someone's peeing outside. They say they can't hear it. They laugh, they shake their head, and they cannot believe it. They tell me that maybe I moved into the wrong place because these kinds of complainers are common. It's worth mentioning that for several months, Phyllis's daughter, Robin, made discreet efforts to intervene and help manage the situation, but once Phyllis found out, that stopped. To provide some context, the security department has recorded on their end 17 visits to my home in less than 2 years and 2 months. I put a list of dates in your packets. I have more dates, which they did not make full reports for. The last time they were out, if you'll turn to the inside of your folder, you'll see a picture of them doing a sound test. They had to do it 3 times a couple of weeks ago because the street noise drowned out the sound of my fountain. There's comments in my report about the landscape department and the fact that she caused me lots of problems with my landscape, although she encouraged me to develop it and put it there and told me she loved it. Considering these circumstances, I request a fair and impartial assessment of the situation. My goal is just to enjoy my home without undue disturbances and to positively contribute to this community. For resolution, I seek the following questions to be answered. What are the collective costs for security calls,
So Ms.
compliance
Archer,
visits?
Sorry, Ms. Archer, I'm going to stop your time.
Let me
is
just
running
finish
out.
the 3 questions. Compliance
Okay.
visits for our community members. What does it cost us? How does this board intend to address it? That's the second question, because you all know about it, as does every department. My neighborhood, this building is called a sick building, and she has been labeled a frequent flyer by landscaping. So why have you allowed this pattern to persist knowing that this is happening? Those are my 3 questions, and I apologize for going over.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Stuart Hack.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Stuart Hack, President of the Gardenville Association, speaking to you on their behalf regarding the reduction in cleaning of buildings, three-story buildings. Before this meeting started, I overheard one board member saying he'd like to have his patio cleaned too, and then there was laughter. That's not funny to us. This is very serious to us. We have our patios cleaned by ourselves. It's the common areas that are being cleaned by Third Mutual. And it's necessary. And thank you, Mark, you gave all the reasons, so I'm not going to go through it again. You know why we have positioned ourselves to, we told you why it is necessary, because we're such a different animal than any other building in this environment. But I'd like to make you aware that we're not just takers. Three-story buildings are givers. We volunteered the roofs of our buildings so that you could have an experiment to find out whether solar panels would work. We never objected to it. And it's cost us, and we knew it was going to cost us, because we've lost room on the top of our building. Because we're good neighbors. It was for the good of the entire community. And I'd also like to offer to you that we have offered to save Third Mutual money, and we'll offer to do it again today. The money you spend on electricity because we don't have timers on the lights. There are panels in every one of our buildings. We volunteer to have our building captains trained to operate those panels and to turn on and off the lights on our buildings. I don't know how much money that's going to save you, but we're getting really close to what you think you're going to save, and probably will lose in the long term by not cleaning our buildings correctly. And the second thing we offer to do is to paint. So we have asked to be given additional paint, matching paint, so that we can do touch-up work in our buildings. The railings, that's a difference in our buildings. They actually clean our railings when they come out because they get filthy. We will touch up the railings, we will touch up the door jambs, we will touch up so you don't have to send painters out to do that touch-up. We've offered to do it before, we're offering to do it now, and we're offering to do it in order to help pay for the cost of cleaning our buildings, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. O'Hara.
Good morning, everyone. Aloha. I want to thank our CEO, President Laws, and the entire Third Board for your tireless hours you spend to improve our lives here in the village. You are all moving us toward a more functional, competent, healthy community, of which I am so grateful. I encourage residents who have expertise in various disciplines to consider volunteering as an advisor on specific projects. As we have learned these past months of severe budget reviews, the greatest percentage of our budget goes towards employees and their benefits. Volunteerism may help offset these ever-growing costs, as well as revenues from our property taxes for building new structures. And we've never discussed that I can know I've heard about, and I think that's an area that several people have mentioned to me that we need to highly consider. Lastly, I wanted to invite all residents to attend our lively monthly town halls held at Clubhouse 2 on the fourth Wednesday of every month at 3 p.m. Bring your neighbor, your questions, concerns, and your solutions. It's been most helpful for me. It's just been a phenomenal, and I want to thank President Laws for consistently having that available to the residents. I just think a lot of people don't realize how much they can learn and contribute. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Cheryl Fennick.
2350C, a two-parter. I've been one of the ones that's pretty vocal about landscaping in Phase 2, Gates 5 and 6. And through the efforts of Mr. Weinman and the board supporting him, it really looks so much better. So what efforts you've been doing, it really works. And I'm hoping that the quarterly maintenance can maintain that, because you've worked so hard to do it, so thanks so much. The second part is a follow-up on what I spoke last month, and it had to do with the stenciled stop sign as the three-story buildings exit into a cul-de-sac, a busy cul-de-sac. And the reason I'm bringing it up again is because they're surfacing the roads on the cul-de-sacs right now as we speak. And they're stenciling the stop signs, and it would be a perfect opportunity to stencil the folks coming out of the underground. You know, there's no stop sign. I don't even know why. It doesn't make any sense to me why there wasn't one going in and one going out. I mean, I was coming out the other day, and the fellow just made a left turn because he wanted to get to Mariposa. He didn't even look to the right to see if there was any other traffic. Now, also to the folks who live there, when they park along the cul-de-sac, it blocks their view. It's really kind of harsh. It's hard for drivers. But they're stenciling right now, guys, so if you if you agree that that stencil should come in, and we're not talking about everything. Not every underground goes into a cul-de-sac. Some just go into a plain road on Mariposa. So thank you for your consideration. I really appreciate it. And I, too, want to echo how grateful I am to the board and to Mr. Laws for the updates that you sent us. I consider this board, and I've been here for about over 10 years, one of the best boards we've ever had. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sherry Horn.
Good morning, Board. Sherry Horn, 2354. I would like to speak on behalf of maintaining the cleaning in our three-story buildings. Three-story buildings pay more than two-story buildings. I know you like to compare it to two-story buildings. We pay an elevator surcharge of over $16 a month and a recreation room surcharge of over $6 a month. Month in and month out, we pay more, and it comes up to like $450,000 a year that we pay in addition. Plus, we have a laundry room that 24 units have to share. Like my neighbor said, some are clean, some are not. You clean the other standalone laundry rooms that other people use. These need clean too. And I'm sorry, but no one in our building is going to take a vacuum cleaner downstairs to the rec room and clean it. These are extra things. And these buildings get very dirty. The slurry leaves a lot of deposit all over. The freeways leave a lot of deposit all over. The buildings get really dirty, and they certainly benefit from being cleaned. When a realtor comes around with people after the building has been cleaned, it looks significantly different than it does before it's cleaned, especially after a lot of wind. So because we spend so much more already, we would just like to maintain what we have. And it's important to the building, and it's important to the quality of life of all the residents there. So thank you very much for your consideration.
And then we have four very short emails that were sent in, so I'll read those right now. The first one is from Dixie and John Bliss, and they said, "We, John and Dixie Bliss, are adamantly opposed to dropping the cleaning of our buildings. They will soon resemble buildings in slums. In the 1 week between cleanings, leaves, pine needles, and dirt in general clutter up our breezeways. This is not what we bought into. No prospective buyer is going to want to purchase in a building that looks like this." The next one is from Marilyn Novak, and they said, "It is amazing that the number of people who come to visit us from outside the village remark on the cleanliness of our three-story building. A 2-week schedule would allow the debris to build up, particularly the leaves in the fall. Needless to say, I am in favor of a 1-week schedule for cleaning the outside areas in the three-story buildings." The next email is from Lester Sack, and they said, "As I am out of town and cannot attend the meeting, I would like to advocate for continued cleaning of this three-story buildings." And the final email is from Harvey Palak, and they said, I want to restore cleaning of three-story buildings. And that is all for open forum speakers.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody, for speaking. Any comments, any board members? Jules, yes?
I'd like to underscore Ms. O'Hara's suggestion for volunteerism throughout the community. Not only does it do we also get benefits of any essentially freebies from our people, but it really makes us more of a community. I mean, the more time you get out there and you're working for the benefit of the community, you're going to meet your neighbors. There's a whole bunch of things we can do that doesn't cost a lot of money, wouldn't cost anything if we were volunteers. I just think that's terrific. We should underscore it, and I commend her. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Any others? Yes, Kush?
I'd like to say something, but I don't want to feel people offended about things. But we have a fee structure that is being paid by the three-story building for all the additional things that they have, like the elevators are not in other buildings, so they have an elevator fee. They have a recreation room, so they pay some extras. So they don't pay anything extra that is for that we all don't have. So it's kind of apples and oranges that everybody needs to understand, and that is the most important part. Yes, you do pay extra, but that is nothing to do with the cleaning of the buildings. My carport doesn't get cleaned more than 2 or 3 times a year, not a month. So it is full of leaves all the time, and me and my wife and my neighbors clean it. But we don't complain about it, that we need it cleaned every week or something. It's kind of full of cobwebs too. So I go with a duster and clean the side because my car is parked right next to the wall. So I have cobwebs many times on my body when I go to enter my car. So you need to hear that too. Yeah. So maybe you should come one day and enter my car with cobwebs on your hair and see how you feel about it. So I understand that we are not cutting your thing from every week to every month, but it's also money that everybody else is paying. So please understand, I have no issue. I mean, I have no money to just dole out and pay. If I had won that $1 billion thing, maybe we would have had a better life. But it didn't happen. So we need to work on things as our pocketbook allows. So think about it. I know everybody wants more stuff, but that's how I feel about it. Not, yeah, you can move, you can. But it's okay. It's children? Pardon? Yeah.
So again, the decision hasn't been made. Thank you for your input. Got others to hear? Yes?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Kush, for your comments. I think we need to look at the situation in totality. There's a management style. It's called management by walking around, MBWA. I don't know if you got to go out and see things. And I did that. I said last week when we were discussing this, needed more data. Well, I got a little more data, and it's personal. I went out, looked at the places, and I got to tell you, and not being from this area and used to multifamily housing, there are certain efficiencies, the way people, when you have multifamily housing versus single housing, there are certain efficiencies that accrue. And I think we need to take into consideration these efficiencies. One hand washes another. So I would argue, you look at the roof area in a 3-story building is 1/3 of my unit. In other words, if you took 24 of my units and looked at the roof area, it'd be 24 times bigger. So I'm saying by a factor of 3, there's a lot less roofs on the garden villa buildings. Secondly, just looking around at landscaping, and you could argue about this, but per unit, they have equivalent less landscaping, so it means there's less expense on that. And there are other efficiencies in people living in a multifamily structure that we need to recognize. I'm of the opinion that that hand washes the other. In other words, this particular thing, while it has merit, we ought to reduce costs where we can. It's a quality of life issue. It's not something that they're getting extra. And when you look at it in total, I think we ought to leave it alone. If we need that money, there's other places to look. And if it comes to a vote on it, I'm going to vote no for putting that thing in the budget.
Just a note, I really want to thank Kush for his comments, for his volunteerism, because that's really what you were saying. You're volunteering. Well, we all should volunteer a little bit. I have to tell you that I have enjoyed, although I'm not a member of the Gardenville Association, I regularly make use of their facilities and their rec rooms for meetings, for the old pros rehearsing and doing shows, for parties. So there really is a lot of value that comes not only to them, but also to the community. Just a comment.
On another subject or continuing that one? Okay, I would like to say something about, I think the exits to the three-story buildings are usually onto a private driveway. I don't have a stop sign at the end of my driveway before entering the street. I have a private garage, but I still don't have a stop sign. And I think if people that live in those three-story buildings and are driving out need to be aware that that is not all of a sudden out in the open. You have to be a little bit careful. We looked into one of these complaints about a year ago, and there is plenty of visibility if you're driving reasonably and looking carefully. So that's about all I have to say on that. I think Kush and I went and looked at it. I took photographs and so forth, and there's really no need of exit stop signs. When you're going in, you've been driving fast, and now you're suddenly into a closed area. So that's why that sign is there on going in. But coming out, exercise a little bit of caution. Look both ways before you come out. Don't come out flying all of a sudden it's because it's a big open garage door. Watch where you're going. And it's still a reduced speed until you hit the streets.
Appreciate the efforts of the foundation. Three-story buildings, again, we'll continue to look at that. Got some differing opinions on the board, so we are still talking about it. Ms. Archer, I will work to work with you and get you answers to your questions. They may not satisfy you, but I'll do what I can. And Ms. Fennick, regardless of what he said, we're continuing to look at it. I mean, there's always exceptions for safety that we tend to make, so we're continuing to look at that. And Ms. O'Hara, thanks for your comments. And we'll now move along to agenda item 9. To each of our monthly board meetings this year, we've been adding a department update segment where one of the leaders of VMS provides a short presentation about their organization to help communicate to our members who the leaders are and what the key tasks they perform are. During last month's board meeting, the finance team wasn't able to provide an update, so today Steve Hormuth, the Finance Services Director, will be sharing some information about Finance Services Organization. Steve? Oh. I guess you're not as popular as some other topics.
Absolutely. So thank you. Again, here today to discuss the Financial Services Department. Can you bring up the first slide, please? So this is a org chart of our team. I won't go into any details, but you can see here that we have approximately 30 employees on our financial services team. I'll go over some of the high-level details in the upcoming slide. So moving on. You can see here that the bulk of our department is broken up into our financial services team, which is made up of, at a high level, of both our accounting and our budget, our budget and our financial services team, which makes up our analysis. In addition, we have our mail and copy room, our warehouse, and our purchasing team. The only real changes that have taken place over the past couple of years is in 2022, we budgeted for an internal auditor. We did not fill that position, but in 2023, we split the responsibilities of that position between the CEO's office as well as our financial service team. I'm happy to say that that person did start today, so that position has been filled. And then, so that was the reason for the half a FTE decrease in 2023. And then in 2024, it went up by half a FTE, a full-time equivalent employee, as a result of us looking towards bringing on a part-time person to help with answering phone calls from our residents. On our next slide. So again, we break down our financial services team into 3 groups, starting off with accounting, our budget and analysis team, followed by purchasing. Here on screen, you see our accounting team is made up of all the traditional activities that you would think of when you think of an accounting team. We create the financial statements. We run the accounts receivable team. Reconciliations are created. We also handle all the payroll internally for the VMS employees, manage taxes, investments, and everything else on the screen. On our next slide, we discuss our financial services. This is our planning and analysis team. So as many of you are very familiar with our budgetary process, it takes about 6 to 9 months out of the year. This is the top line, the annual business plan, as well as the reserves, the GRF capital plan. The remaining part of the month, they focus on doing various analysis and allocating all the various expenses. And they also handle some of our civil code reporting and our warehouse team across the street. This is a copy of our calendar, which hopefully many of you are familiar with. So again, this is specific to the budget. So over the course of the year, we have GRF, United, and of course here third, the annual business plan that's created. All combined, the budget meetings that take place in your presence make up about 20 different meetings. But behind the scenes, amongst the VMS staff, there are numerous other meetings in preparation before it even comes to the board, as we do various analysis to make certain we're providing the best services we can to the membership. On the next slide, again, diving a little bit deeper into the annual business plan. In total, there is $47 million in planned expenditures for 2024. It's participating in the civil code and corporate codes that we adhere to. You're very familiar. There's 11 of the resident directors serving 6,102 manners. As part of the business plan, there's $23 million in reserves. And from a VMS perspective, we have 10 different departments and 69 work centers that fall under those departments. And lastly, we have a combined VMS team of about 800 employees, which makes up both union and non-union, part-time and full-time. A couple more slides. The highlights for the 2024 business is, again, we've had 20 meetings held to date with the board across all 3 organizations. And staff has placed a lot of effort before we even brought the information to the board, we worked really hard to make certain that we could keep it flat to the previous year as an opening volley to everybody here. And then we also had there were a few closed session meetings in order to address some of the questions in both the version 1 and the version 2 of the budgets. We have 2 more slides. Again, this is our third area within financial services, and this is our purchasing. Sorry, that little picture is covering the term purchasing. But we have all of our standard. We have a team of 5 individuals who manage the purchasing of the company. So we have a manager and 4 employees that report underneath them. They handle all the purchasing, the RFPs, the contracts with all of our vendors, updating the purchasing policy on a regular basis. And then underneath this team, we also manage the mail room, the mail delivery throughout the community, within for VMS employees. And then this also addresses the copy services for all the residents, as well as the board meetings and various committee level meetings. For upcoming year, one of the major projects that we're working on is the ERP implementation. This is the new software that is going to be running the business. The first phase of the program is focused on financial services, so my team is very heavily involved. And then a few bullets down, so operational reviews, again, with the hiring of the internal auditor. The first half of the year, we're going to be focusing on a lot of the financial internal controls, but then we're going to be expanding out to touch on the various departments and help the teams take better credit for what they're already doing to make certain from a transparency perspective, everyone is aware of what departments are doing, as well as finding operational efficiencies. We're working on ongoing compensation studies. We just finished it yesterday, but it'll continue going forward. And then we're also looking at both making improvements to the business plan timelines, because again, it's 20 meetings, and we'd like to figure out a way to maybe consolidate some of those timeframes. And lastly, we're having an ongoing fee review for each of the mutuals. And I'll pause here for any questions. Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. Could you explain more about ongoing compensation studies?
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you for asking. So we use a third-party provider third-party vendor who provides a separate database for Orange County employees, and we specifically look at nonprofit corporations to compare what we're doing here versus the outside world. So we look at all of the various positions and we marry them up to what we have here and make certain that we're on par with the greater Orange County.
Okay, so you're trying to match up other HOA organizations?
Nonprofit specifically, not necessarily HOAs.
Yeah, HOA with our compensation package.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Andy?
As a former certified public accountant who's done audits, I know the value of an internal auditor, but a lot of people don't. They think it's just extra cost. I would say that as a board of directors, a good internal control program, which an internal auditor really is part of, takes a lot of the unknowns from us. In other words, this is a professional that can look at internal controls to prevent fraud and other things like that. We as directors, generally speaking, don't have those skills, and it makes us work harder because we don't know. And so I applaud you for adding an internal auditor position. It's really basic accounting 101. You should have one. But I'd like you, Steve, to explain to the audience, if you could, the value of an internal auditor. Okay,
absolutely. So one of the first things that is done from an internal audit perspective is identifying the risks associated with any business. So we hired a consultant last year to develop a risk assessment matrix, again, identifying all the risks associated with the business and then making certain that we have internal controls to mitigate all of those risks. And then the team, the internal auditor specific to finance is at the moment. The auditor will go through and make certain those mitigating controls, the internal controls, are being applied properly and that the teams are adhering to those processes. And then, like I said a moment ago, that once they come up to speed and they finish testing the controls, they will move on to other departments to make certain that the documents are in place and likewise, the teams in those various departments are following internal procedures. So beyond even the normal internal controls, we'll be focusing on purchasing, we'll help out with some of the M&C departments, and then ultimately from a reporting perspective, they'll be taking direction from both myself and the CEO's office.
I can tell you from an audit perspective, when the external auditor comes in, we have external auditors, we pay a fair price for them. To the extent that they rely on what we've done, they don't reinvent the wheel. It saves money because they look at our controls and they say, these are adequate, we can rely upon them, and we don't have to do further testing, which costs money. And so it has a lot of benefits, and I can't tell you how pleased I am to have that. Even though it's an extra cost, it's a necessary cost. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks. Moon?
We have about 150, close to 150 million or Laguna Woods, including all that, and Third Mutual has about close to 50 million annual. And as a board is not execution branch, we are decision-making branch, like a Congress. And auditing is, as Andy said, is not extra cost. It has a significant benefit. First, it will deter any idea or any possibility of a fraud or any black hand. And that will eliminate a lot of, or saving a lot of money. I would propose, or I would like to see, like a GAO, since we are not the execution branch, but the GAO can look at not only finance department, looking at all other department, looking over, and we don't have expert, as Andy said, except Andy, but some of us gonna be on it and have hired some expert and looking at all operation, not just the finance department. And that will help a great deal. I was very, very surprised. Over 1 year I've been on board. We don't have that kind of branch or, organization we should have. Thank you.
Thanks. Any others? All right. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate the. Oh, sorry. I didn't see the hand. Yeah, it wasn't high enough. Sorry, Jules.
Just briefly, I second Moon's comment, perhaps third Andy's comment. The point is that the controls that we have really involve quantity. But perhaps what we really need more is a quality audit to determine whether our departments and our employees are being particularly efficient or particularly non-efficient. And that's something that is really separate. That's totally in addition to what Steve has mentioned. I just thought I'd add that. There are other areas that we still have to look at. But this is important. Thank you.
Thanks. SK?
Yeah, in addition to, I like to see efficiency of individual functionality-wise. So you can compare other HOA organization, the compensation package versus ours. I really sincerely like to see efficiency test so that we don't waste their money right there. Thank you.
Thanks, SK. Sorry, anybody else? Raise your hand high. Okay, got it, thanks. And thanks, Steve. Again, Steve is sharing last month's report. And so now we're going to move on to agenda item 10, where we're going to
Thank you very much.
Chuck Holland, who's the director of our Information Technology and Resident Services team, share some information for this month. Good morning, Chuck.
Oh, good morning. Thank you, members of the board. And Mr. President, really appreciate the opportunity to do a little presentation this morning, talk about what we do here at Information Services. Information Services is really a combination of information technology as well as resident services. We also have our own committee called the ITAC Committee, which is the Information Technology Advisory Committee. We're going to be touching primarily on the items that are going to be impacting the resident, which is really resident services. So I have a slide deck that I prepared for you today to kind of go over the general overall operations of our resident services and share that with you this morning. So from a very, very high level overview, resident services is really responsible for all the call center operation that we have here, both for broadband services calls, maintenance calls, a portion of the gate clearance calls, vehicle registrations, mostly the call center activities that are going on. Then we're also processing and indocting all of the resident walk-in, right? So that's a really important part of what we do because we have the front office over here at Resident Services. And then we're really managing and organizing all the community access. So if you have a vehicle or an RFID, all of that stuff is being registered through Resident Services as well. Now we have just about 18,000 resident vehicles registered in the community. About 16,000 of those are vehicles. About 2,000 of those are golf carts. Next slide, please. Getting into the resident services key areas, I'm not really going to go over this whole entire list here, but you can see the breadth and depth of services that Resident Services is providing is pretty formidable. Some of the key highlights we'd like to be able for you to walk away with today is looking at really how we're structured. First and foremost, the first experience you have is coming into the lobby, right? You want to make sure the lobby is very tidy, it's squared away, it's looking really professional, and to make it a pleasant and warm, welcoming environment. We have a concierge position that we have up there that we that has the opportunity you can meet and greet them. Instead of waiting in line to ask a question, you can go ask the concierge for directions to a particular office location, or ask if you need help with a particular VMS staff. She'll show you how to check in that front for that kiosk. That kiosk is also part of the concierge process here. That's how we're indoctrinating our walk-in traffic. We're doing about 5,000 walk-ins per month, so it's considerable to keep all the activity going on. Once you do check in at the kiosk and go into the front office lobby area, we have 9 windows that are up there. All those 9 windows. It used to be that each individual window was dedicated for a particular item. For instance, windows 1 and 2 were for vehicles. Windows 3 and 4 were for maintenance and landscape. Now what we've done, we've cross-trained everybody at all those windows, so you don't have to wait in line for multiple times for services that you need. You can get them all done at the same window. So after you're checking at the kiosk there, you can instead of waiting in line, you can grab a chair, wait for your name to be called up, and we'll get a chance to take your request right away. The other area that people don't see, and we call it the back office. That's where the actual call center is at. That's what our radio dispatch operation center is at. That's where our management staff and the supervisory staff are stationed in the back office there. We share a space with community relations, and they're the folks that are doing all the leasing and the resales documents. A couple other services I'd like to bring to your attention that maybe you don't realize, but we have going on, but they're an important part of what we do to support the community on a day-to-day basis. Number one is our radio dispatching. We have a radio dispatch center downstairs. We have a very extensive radio network. Our team members in Resident Services via the radio system is in contact with every single foreman from every single work center. So if there is a property-threatening emergency or a plumbing leak of some nature that could be causing extensive amount of damage, we have a radio network where we can contact these foremen and supervisors right away to try handling the issue. These are things like for the 3-story buildings, we want to make sure that if there is a leak on a bathroom on the 3rd floor, that leak gets taken care of right away, because we don't want it to leak to the 2nd floor and to the 1st floor. Now you're looking at a $100,000 cleanup effort versus just somebody coming there and turning off the water. So really, really important that radio dispatching team plays a part in supporting the community. Another program that we like our residents to take advantage of is the key management program. Just in case there is ever an emergency in your property and you're not available, if you would come down to Resident Services and check in a key, so we have a key on file. If there ever is an emergency, security officers will come to Resident Services, check that key out, and let the appropriate work center in there into your home to fix that emergency as needed. Another key service that we provide that we'd like folks to take advantage of more and more is utilizing the resident portal. The resident portal has a lot of features and tools that you can utilize to help you with any of your needs. Things like your account balance, account statements. You can pay your assessments and chargeable services online. You can review review and edit your emergency contact information. You can review any of your registered vehicles to make sure that information is accurate, and a few other things that slip my mind at the moment. But there's that tools out there available for you. All you need to do is go to lagunawoodsvillage.com. In the upper right-hand corner, there's a login button. That login button will present you with an opportunity to register for the resident portal. Just click on the registration link. You'll put your email address that you have on file. That email confirmation will be able to be sent to your email. You'll be able to set your password and log right into the resident portal. I implore everybody to be able to do that and take advantage of those services. Another services that we'd like to see more and more activity on is Dwelling Live. A lot of people don't realize Dwelling Live is our guest access management system. It's an app that you can download on your smartphone or log into on your computer, where you can register and manage your daily and weekly guests. You can't update your annual guests because of some security limitations to that system, but your regular day-to-day passes for your vendors and cleaning crews and your family members are coming in, you can absolutely go online and set up those guests in the system. Not only that, but you can turn on alerts where when your guests make it to the gates, if you set up the text messaging and set up the email alerts, when somebody comes and checks in at the gate and it's one of your guests, it will send you an alert letting you know that people have come to visit you and you have an alert available for you. So it's a very robust tool. Out of the 35,000 or so guest registrations that we do on a month-to-month basis, almost 7,000 guests are registered by residents. So they are really, really picking it up and starting to use the application. So it's very, very helpful. So many services to get into, but we don't have a limited amount of time. So if we go to the next slide, please. Budget considerations, just like everybody else in the U.S., staffing turnover, staffing shortages, and things like that, we're impacted like that as well. That's one of the biggest things that's impacting our budget is we have a high turnover rate and we have a lot of people who are not participating in the labor market right now. I would say our average length of time for one of our resident services call center agents is about a year. So as soon as we have new hires coming in the front door, we have some of our seasoned customer service agents going out the back door. Either they're going through to other work centers or they're taking opportunities outside the organization. Another thing that we're looking at doing is reducing any kind of paper that we possibly can. I'm calling it a digital transformation, but what we really want to do is really be green, right? Every single piece of paper that we're looking at that gets processed through our systems, we're looking at every single one. Why are we doing this? It doesn't need to be done like this. Can we do it electronically? Can it be automated? How much time and efficiencies can we build into the system to make all of our lives better, and of course to contain cost and reduce overhead? Other things we're looking at, workflow automation, right? We know that there's set procedures that we have that go on throughout our organization, but they're being done via paper. We use something called an interoffice envelope, right? These yellow interoffice envelopes travel around the whole entire community for what? For somebody to take the piece of paper out, to scan it in and put it in this computer system. How about we do all that up front, making it all electronic? Other things we're looking at as well is more customer service automation, right? We want to build our resident portal and our phone system where residents can go online and they can schedule their own appointments. Right now, if you need an appointment for service that's being done in the manner, you actually have to get on the phone with somebody to schedule the appointment. We're looking at ways to automate that feature a little bit more. So when you do call in, you'll get the opportunity to select an appointment and book it on your own. And as well as some of the call center automation. With the newer phone systems that we have in place, there's a lot of tools out there that can really help us out a lot. Machine learning, artificial intelligence. As this AI tool builds more and more, collects more and more data on our community and the type of problems that we're having, it can bring in all kinds of different trends and analysis that we can address and be proactive with instead of being reactive on a lot of these issues and these types of calls that we're getting. So a lot of good stuff going on there. Next slide, please. 2023 priorities, call center excellence. That's the real biggest challenge that we have right now. We have 10 budgeted positions for our call center. Currently, we only have 6 full-time positions, 6 people answering the phones. We're taking anywhere between 12,000 and 15,000 phone calls a month, and we have 10 people. We're down 4, so it's a challenge. We're holding our own. Our target, our service level agreement is a 90% answer rate. We're doing about a 76% answer rate. We know that's not good. We know that there's longer hold times on Mondays and during the lunch hour. We know we have longer hold times and abandoned phone calls. So if you do need to call for services, by all means, calling on Monday morning. There's 1,000 people that call in every Monday morning, so that's a tough day. But if you call in on a Wednesday afternoon, you're going to get in right away. We feel that once those 4 positions are filled, we're going to be able to meet that SLA of 90% answer rate really quickly once we get a chance to ramp up those agents. Another thing that might address somebody else's question about our standing operating procedures, what's really, really important for us is we track and measure about 2,800 individual events in the system. These are all the different types of tickets that we do. We have something called an event code matrix. So every single event that we have, it's ran through this matrix to determine, is it available for Third? Is it available for United? Is it GRF only? Is it billable? Is it not billable? There's a whole slew of questions that our agents have to go through from a checklist standpoint to be able to fill those questions and be able to book the appointments accordingly. Our resident services team, it's very unique. Again, the breadth and depth of services that we support, it can be anything from guest registrations to vehicle registrations to RFIDs to a plumbing leak to leaves outside of your building. So we're tracking every single type of operating procedure. And the reason why that's important is through our training operation at Resident Services, we want to make sure that we're training our agents exactly the same way and giving out the same exact answers, no matter if you're an agent that's been here 3 years or 3 months. We want to make sure we're doing a standardized level of service, and so you guys know what to expect when you're calling into Resident Services. 2020 ERP software integration for Resident Services won't really be impacting them until 2024. As Steve had mentioned, the first ERP phase that we're working on is our financial services. Financial services is the foundation of what we do here at the Village, and particularly with Village Management Services. The fiduciary obligation is the most important, so that's what we're handling first. Next slide, please. Key performance indicators. I have to tell you, we slice and dice data every which way but Sunday, and particularly the big ones. We track about 15 different metrics on a month-to-month basis, and we're stacking up month to month to month to see where we're at as far as are we trending up in different areas? Are we trending down in different areas? Where do we need to make adjustments to make a better level of service? For instance, the kiosk I mentioned earlier, we know when you get here, when you check in, we know when you checked in, how long you've waited, when you've been called up to the window, how long your interaction was at the window, and what your overall engagement time is wholly. So that we're tracking all of those things. Same with the number of phone calls we're getting, how many phone calls we're getting, how many abandoned phone calls we're getting, how many voicemails are we getting, how many emails are we sending. All of this stuff's being tracked. We're making continuous micro adjustments on a day-to-day basis with the resources that we have to provide the best level of service at the most affordable cost that we possibly can, and we look at that every single day. One thing I'm just looking at, I didn't get a chance to share this with Siobhan yet, we sent out about, since we opened back up after COVID, we sent out about 50,000 survey emails for work that's been completed in our residence home. We've just received the 10,000th survey reply over the last 18 months, maybe a little more, about 18 months of survey results. And those survey results look very favorable, and we'll share some of that data with you on the next slide. Next slide. Give you kind of an idea, this is through the end of June here, the call center volume, it's almost 60,000 phone calls for half the year for resident services. That's the grid on the left-hand side. I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier. I said 76% answer rate. I misled you. It's 73% answer rate. We know we need to do a better job there. We have open bandwidth and availability. Once we ramp up and get our team members in there, we're going to be hitting at 90%. You can still see the average wait time is 7 minutes and 22 seconds. That's average. We know on a Monday morning at 9 when there's 1,000 other people who are calling in, that could be 20 or 30 minutes. We know that. It's unacceptable. We're doing everything we can to look at staffing, looking at third-party external call centers. We're looking at it from all angles. Right. You can see a little better news on the broadband services phone calls. Those we have that's more of a technical support phone calls for cable TV. You can see we're almost hit our standard, our service level agreement of 90%. We're at 87%. But look at the wait time, much less, 2 minutes and 53 seconds. So we want both those programs to be running at 90% with lower than 3-minute hold time. Next slide, please. Number of visitors so far. Again, this is through the end of June. We've walked, 33,000 people coming into the front door, checking into the kiosk. That's a lot of people. And keep in mind, that little kiosk, that thing, it's worth its weight in gold. It's not perfect by any stretch of the means, but it definitely helps organize the traffic. And really gives people a peace of mind that, hey, I'm on the board, right? I check in, my name's on the board, I know where I'm at in line, and I can sit down, relax, and just wait for my turn at the window. So you can see the average wait time is about 7 minutes and 12 seconds, and the average time at the window is 7 minutes and 25 seconds. So there's no rush, no taking your time. I'm just giving you data, right? Giving you data. So we're looking at about a 14, 15-minute commitment when you come down to resident services. Overall, we hit this is just from the beginning of 2023, but overall, we just hit our 10th 1,000 survey results. Looking on the average of those responses, this is only through the beginning of this year. You can see that a 4.51 star out of 5 stars, that's pretty good. But I want to focus on the 1 and 2 stars, right? Getting a 5 star is not important for us. That's great. We're happy with that, don't get me wrong. But it's the 1 and 2 stars where we really can make a difference. We want to know, where did we let somebody down? We have our team members reach out to those folks who give us a really low score, 1 or 2 stars, to figure out where we let them down at. What can we do? How can we adjust our level of service to make their experience better? So next time when they get a survey, maybe they'll give us a 4 star the next time. Maybe not just a 1 star. So we're looking at those on a month-to-month basis. All right, next slide, please. And I'll leave you with this right here. Every single day that I wake up and I come to the village to help direct these different departments, it's all about continuous improvement. If we're not learning and course correcting and making adjustments every single day to make your lives better, to do a great job with the team that we have, then I'm not doing my job. So continuous improvement is what we're doing at all times, looking at better ways to be more efficient and to save money, everybody's favorite subject. With that, I conclude my presentation and be more than welcome to take your phone calls.
Great. Thanks, Chuck. Any questions? SK?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I'd like to go back to page 9.
What was the title of the slide?
Yeah, can you go back to page 9, Michaela?
She's working on it. Yes.
Okay.
The survey result.
Yeah, on the survey. Would you be able to share with us what those star 1 and star 2?
Yes, I get the gist. Yeah, a lot of times it's unfortunate that we have to tell a resident no. There are the board of directors sets forth policies and procedures, operating rules, as well as resolutions. Those are that's our guideline. This is how we need to operate our business. A lot of times residents call in for services that we can't provide to them, which they feel that we should or the HOA should be obligated to do. So they're just mad because we told them no a lot of times. And on the flip side, sometimes things don't always go right. We completed 100,000 work orders last year. If 1,000 of those work orders didn't go right, we got 1,000 complaints. That still means 99% of those tickets were completed, but we're just handling those particular. Sometimes things don't go well. But by and large, they do. A lot of the challenges that we have are with maintenance issues that take multiple work centers to complete the work. Right? If there's a leak, then that leak needs a carpenter. Then a carpenter needs a plumber. Right? Those are the ones that people get frustrated with. So we try addressing those as much as we can. But if it's your day-to-day, a single work order, hey, my garbage disposal is broken, come out and fix it. Those are usually done same day within the next couple of days. But it's some of the maintenance is a little more complicated, and that's where we get lower scores.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Andy?
Hi, Chuck. Very informative. I hope technology saves us all, but I don't know.
Right.
The call center, those people union?
They are not union.
They're not union. Okay. Yeah. Having been in business many years, I know when the demand is lumpy, and you're telling me the demand is lumpy on Monday, especially. Businesses frequently use part-timers, knowledgeable part-timers, where it's appropriate to fill in. Have we ever thought about using paid volunteers from the village to do some simple call center things?
It could be, but we've had that discussion many times. But the nature of that role, where you have to be able to get access to other residents' financial information, account balances, information like that, there is some sensitivity and some privacy issues that are there that we need to talk about. But we have been looking at augmenting our call center by using a third-party answering service to weed through some of the information phone calls for us. So when the phone calls get to my team, they're only dealing with scheduling maintenance. So we're looking at different angles.
And in terms of the confidentiality issue, the regular call center employee, I would assume, signs a confidentiality agreement.
Yep.
Part-timer could too, but thank you, Chuck.
Yep.
Moon?
Chuck, Thank you very much. And I've been in and out several times over the years, and it has been remarkably improved. I'm very happy with it.
It better be.
Okay, I think, but let me think this way. Any resident come in, if they are the customer, if you lose that customer, you're losing 10 grand each time. Let your employee think that way. Okay, if I show up at the desk and some of them, whatever reason, you cannot help them right at that moment. But if you can ask a resident, I can help you, then resident doesn't have much less idea than your employee where they can get help. Your employee has a much better idea. So train your employee, you are losing 10 grand if you send that resident. Okay, second one is whenever you have any application, anything, you can do it at home with the internet, add all the information. Right now, I don't think we have that ability. Everything come up with a print. I have to write it down and submit it, and you guys have to input it again. This is a digital era. We should improve that. Third one is if any resident has a complaint, whatever as a 1 star or maybe 0 star, you have to follow up on it and make sure, send the email, call them, and follow up, make that as a 5 star. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ira?
Thank you, Chuck. With the advent of our ERP system starting to be implemented, I believe you think that this will help reduce walk-ins and reduce calls. But right now, I'm wondering, are walk-ins year to year or month to month, whichever you can give me the information, are they rising, falling, static?
It's actually, may I?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's actually pretty static. It's seasonal, definitely. Towards the slower times in a winter time, it seems like we're maybe 3,000 or 4,000. Summertime is really busy. We're getting anywhere between 4,500 to 5,000 per month. So it's been pretty static. I've been looking at these numbers since just before 2019, at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, before the lockdowns, and it was still pretty consistent, anywhere between 3,000 and 5,000 visitors a month. But overall, it's pretty steady. Now, keep in mind, when we shut down our doors at Community Services, we ramped up our call center, and so we conducted business for almost over a year with no walk-ins at all. So let's keep that in mind. We can do all of this stuff online. The only thing we can't do is register your vehicle and send you an ID card. But pretty much everything else that you do, you can do it over the phone.
So with the phone calls, are they, the trend, is that rising, falling, static year to year?
It's pretty static. Yeah.
Pretty static as well?
Yeah, pretty static.
Okay, thank you.
Jules?
I just want to second or third what Andy said with respect to volunteers. In fact, in the course of 1 hour and 18 minutes, you have solid evidence that at least 3, and I'll bet a lot more, of our board members are solidly in favor of member volunteers doing work, sweeping up, answering phone calls. I think answering phone calls is terrific. That's a no-brainer. I think what we really need is volunteers to drive people around who are unable to get around on their own, to get to doctors and normal, that would save us a tremendous amount of money. But there's all sorts of volunteer work that we can do, including my own priority is turf reduction. We can convert a lot of our grass, of our turf, very, very inexpensively, and ourselves, just another. So, but we now have 3, and it's growing, number of board members who are solidly in favor of more volunteerism. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other comments, questions? Chuck, thank you for the
Good
informative
afternoon.
report.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Moving on to agenda item 11, which is the CEO report. Siobhan?
Thank you, President Laws, honorable members of the board, and our distinguished audience. This morning, I want to highlight the Bright Ideas program, sharing cost savings ideas generated by our employees, and outline current initiatives of the VMS Board of Directors, which are expected to reduce costs and enhance efficiencies. Very briefly, the Bright Ideas program was implemented in January, and it recognizes that employees are valuable sources of ideas that may reduce costs, promote financial stability, enhance service quality and processes, offer innovation, and so forth. Programs like these are industry best practices, so we were pleased to implement this again in January of this year. In the program, qualifying suggestions are eligible for awards ranging from honorary to $2,000 based on the impact of the suggestion. Suggestions that save more than $50,000 receive a minimum of $3,000, but the amount may be adjusted based on discussion with the board. Program funding comes from savings achieved through implementation of the ideas. And most importantly, 5 awards have been issued to date, saving more than $71,000 annually. And these are reflected in the proposed 2024 business plan. Very briefly, for an overview of those bright ideas, Ryan Costello, our warehouse manager, worked with the water heater vendor and distributor to improve the purchase process. By agreeing to purchase a specific amount annually, the vendor and distributor will store units locally and provide those units at a reduced cost. This idea saves more than $26,000 annually. Our broadband team came through when our Building E employees moved to a temporary new location. A communication pipeline was needed between the community center and the new location. Our broadband staff members quickly put in a plan and made it happen. They acquired fiber optic cable, a fiber patch panel, engineered a path for connectivity, pulled 1,500 feet of cable, and terminated the fiber at each location. These staff members are Mark Dabinian, Hank Deming, Guadalupe Hinosa, and George Rodriguez. This idea and their implementation of it saves $23,000 over the next 2 years. Ada Montesinos is a senior financial analyst who developed a new approach for calculating and reporting cable franchise fees. This was implemented in the 4th quarter of 2022, and the community is already experiencing the savings. This idea saves $18,000 annually. Jana Emma Malaki, who works in our landscaping department, suggested a way to reduce the purchase of business cards by using greater use of the QR code technology. And this is in the very first stage of implementation, which consists of evaluating the business card practices. The idea is expected to save about $4,700 annually. And Delphine Matthey, an administrative coordinator, suggested streamlining department holiday luncheon celebrations by holding them in-house, decorating a space that departments can use on a rotating basis. This minimizes staff preparation time and reduces food expenses, helps keep staff on site, removing the need to travel to and from. And a pilot was implemented in the last quarter of 2022, and this idea is expected to save more than $1,400 annually. I do want to thank all employees who have submitted their ideas, and I'm pleased to share that there are additional 7 suggestions under review. These include certified mailing reductions, which may save $4,600 annually, paper reduction, which may save $5,300 annually, and a modification to uniforms, which may save $9,000 annually. So again, a lot of good ideas are coming in, and we are very excited by this new program. Other initiatives that staff is working with the VMS board on include exploring strategic options for 2024 health insurance for our non-union employees. We took similar steps in the current year, and that resulted in a savings of more than $500,000. So again, we're looking at all options that are available to us. We're also implementing non-value-added tasks that were identified by staff to enhance efficiency or reduce costs. One example is reducing reporting frequency on certain reports, where we can perhaps report quarterly instead of monthly, and so forth. We're also beginning to comprehensively review repeat service orders to diagnose the root cause of those service requests requiring multiple follow-ups. And Chuck is very instrumental in this effort, but we think that'll bring great reductions as well. I'd like to conclude with 2 reminders about how residents can help reduce costs. Chuck touched on this one, and that is to use the Dwelling Live app to have your friends and family cleared to access the village. This allows 24/7 access. And please look on our village website and our village YouTube channel pages. They have great tutorials on how to use the Dwelling Live app. And a final reminder for our residents to please consider opting out of paper mailings for the mandated November and April mailings, which cost $7.50 per member. Again, if we have 12,000 members opt out of paper mailings, the annual savings would be more than $90,000. And the deadline for that is September 1st. That's pursuant to the state law that governs this. Otherwise, we have to use the last mailing address that was deemed your preferred mailing address. And again, you can opt out by emailing information@vmsinc.org. And that concludes my update this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siobhan. Appreciate the cost-saving efforts. Anybody have any questions, comments for Siobhan this time? Jules?
Only one. I understand what we have, 6,102 members. We have a mailing list of about 4,300 members. But when you scrub that mailing list, you find out that only about 2,000 or 2,300 of them are actually active and responsive. I'm just wondering whether we really shouldn't make an effort to go out, reach out to these members and get them to participate, get them to list their email addresses so that the community can communicate with them, and so can everybody else. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Anything else? Kush?
I just want to add the Dwelling Live part, and that is the PC Club is also holding a class to teach people how to use Dwelling Live.
Yes, they offer a class the 3rd Wednesday afternoon of every month in partnership with VMS to use all the technology tools in the village in addition to just Dwelling Live.
Instead of going to YouTube and trying to figure it out, it might be easier to sit in a classroom and learn, which might be easier for many people.
Sounds like
Thank
tomorrow
you.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks again, Siobhan. We're now at agenda item number 12, which is the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are recommended for action by committees and will be enacted by the board via a single motion. Today, per the consent calendar, the board is being asked to ratify the preliminary financials for the month of June 2023, approve the recording of 8 liens, and approve a couple of landscape committee decisions. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar? So moves, Moon seconds. Thank you both. Are there any questions and comments regarding the consent calendar before we bring it up for vote? Okay, seeing none. Any objections to approving the consent calendar? Okay. Seeing none, we'll consider the consent calendar approved by consent. Oh, not everybody. We're not doing this one electronically. We're good.
Oh, yeah.
We're not. I asked for objections and there were none. Is that right? Yes, Jules?
I would like to indicate that I abstain, and it's primarily because when it comes to matters of finance, I do not consider myself particularly competent to suggest an opinion. I mean, I'm probably more willing than most people to rely on the professional people that we hire but to suggest that I really am in favor of a particular report or a particular budget or a particular proposal, I don't think I'm competent for that, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay. Any others? Okay. Okay, thanks. We are up to agenda item 13, where we'll be discussing and voting on unfinished business. Agenda item 13A is for the board to entertain a motion to approve a revision of Architectural Standard 16 for garage doors, both sectional and one piece. These updates were suggested by the ACSC, which is our Architectural Controls and Standards Committee. Last month, this board voted to approve these changes for 28-day member review and comment. And so today we'll be voting as to whether or not to approve these changes for implementation. First, I'd like Chris to read the resolution for us. Chris, please.
Okay. Revised Alteration Standard 16, garage doors. Whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend alteration standards and create new alteration standards as necessary, and whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to revise Alteration Standard 16, garage doors. Now therefore be it resolved, August 15, 2023, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the attached revised Alteration Standard 16 garage doors, and resolve further that Resolution 03-18-90 adopted June 19, 2018 is hereby superseded in its entirety and no longer in effect, and resolve further that Resolution 03-15-34 adopted March 17, 2015 is hereby superseded in its entirety and no longer in effect, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written.
Great, thank you, Chris. Can I get a motion to approve this revised standard before we discuss it? So Jim moves, and Moon seconds. Thank you both. Any discussion? And this is one we saw before. Okay, I see none. Okay. Any member comments on this one, Kevin? Okay, great.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Jules, go ahead.
I just want to, I'm going to sound like a broken record now. I'm going to vote in favor of both of these for a whole bunch of reasons, but the point is that they were created probably initially by alterations people who are professional, that we rely on their professional advice. But in addition to, Jim's committee, these people spend a lot of time going over this. So it's not only been suggested by our alterations people, it's really been gone over by really competent people on the ACSC committee. And therefore, it's just more evidence that so much of what we do is really just rubber stamping what our people have already decided to do. And that's why I'm in favor of it.
Okay. I would disagree with the term rubber stamping. So I take a look and review these very closely myself and make my own opinion based upon what I see. I ask questions if I don't understand. So, but I understand your perspective, so thanks for that. Any other questions, comments before we vote? Okay, we're going to try to do this electronically. Okay. My screen's not working. If Paul, if you want to come take a quick look. I don't know if I'm missing something. But I can do a thumbs up, thumb down if there's nothing you...
Yeah, there's nothing in here right now.
Okay. Yours is not working either? None of them are working?
Mine is.
Okay. Okay, so since it seems like there's a number of it wasn't Andy stepped out when I was going to mention how technology was going to save us all. So all in favor of this, please raise your hand. Maybe we'll do it that way. Okay. All right, and if you can It's check with, okay. Okay. Great. So this passed unanimously. Thanks. Okay. Our next agenda item is 13B, which is for the board to entertain a motion to approve a revision of Architectural Standard 42 for ramps. These updates were suggested by the ACSC as well. Last month, this board also voted to approve these changes for 28-day member review and comment with some minor tweaks. So today we'll be voting as to whether or not to approve these changes for implementation. Chris, again, could you please read the resolution for this one for us?
Yes, revised alteration standard 42 ramps. Whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee, recognizes the need to amend alteration standards and create new alteration standards as necessary. And whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to revise alteration standard 42 ramps. Now therefore be it resolved August 15th, 2023, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the attached revised alteration standard 42 ramps, and resolve further that Resolution 03-19-133, adopted December 17, 2019, is hereby superseded in its entirety and no longer in effect, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve this revised standard? So Jim moves, Moon seconds again. Thank you both. Quick with the hands today. Any questions, comments from members of the board? Okay, Ira? And Bart, maybe you can come up and walk on your way up just in case.
So does this, this particular resolution, does this require an EULA and the 750? Bart? Does this require an EULA and the $750 requirement to draft it?
Once approved, it will not require the $750 agreement. It will fall under the regular common area use agreement, which is at no additional charge.
Okay, and so this would be a permanent thing that if the person sold their unit, they would not have to put it back to one or two stairs that it was, let's say.
Not necessarily, unless they wish to not maintain the improvements that they have constructed.
Okay, and so were steel perforated ramps ever considered? So I wasn't here for that.
So with the revisions that we made, we allow any materials that will meet accessibility standards. And if that is one of the materials, we will evaluate those for current compliance. And if it is one of those that meets the accessibility standards, then that will be an allowed material.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it's not just concrete anymore?
It's any material that meets the requirements of accessibility standards.
Okay.
And that could be anything, as concrete is the default type of material, but other materials also meet the requirements, such as decomposed granite, crushed base, and any other materials that are acceptable accessibility paths.
Okay, great. Oh.
The only other question I have is, if somebody wanted a temporary ramp, it would not fall under this necessarily. Let's say they broke their legs or were having 2 knee surgeries, one after the other, not just a knee replacement, let's say, but something else that required them to be in a wheelchair for an extended period of time, and they didn't want a permanent change, but just a temporary change. How would that be handled?
So it should follow the same procedure as it encroaches into common area. And when they are done with it, they will let us know that they no longer need that. And whatever requirements were implemented at the time that was approved, and those go away once that use has ended.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, all right. Any comments from members? Great. All right, again, now it's time to vote. And again, we'll be voting to make these updates to the standard. I was going to say permanent, but that's not the right word. To accept these updates going forward. Oh, do you had some comments on this one?
Well, a question. We have on a ramp. I hope I'm still in the same right place. Okay, we have a cement pad in our garage where golf carts park, and so you have to step up onto it. So we have ramps that were made years ago of wood so that a golf cart can get up there. Otherwise, the golf cart can't step up. So these have gotten very old. We'd like to know how to replace. Our building is happy to pay for them, but we don't know how to replace them. Should we go to the wood shop? Should we? We talked to carpentry, and they said they have nothing to do with it. I would like some advice from the board.
Okay. I don't know that we have any right this second, but I will make sure that we get it to you.
Okay.
Let me
Thank you.
work with staff and do that. Ira, is that, were you going to say something else?
Yeah, there are, depending on how high, you can buy metal ones instead. I've seen them for single step.
So in my answer to you, or response back to you, I'll work with Ira and see if I can gather some information about that as an option. Okay, thank you. Great, thanks for the question. All right, ready to vote on this one? Okay. Please cast your vote. Okay, good.
You're already on the list.
Is now.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Let me sure. Chris, I think. Chris. All right. This has passed unanimously. Slowly, but unanimously. All right. We're now moving on to agenda item 14, which is new business. Agenda item 14A is for the board to entertain a motion to rescind Third's current barbecue policy and effectively replace it with Orange County Fire Authority guidelines. This proposal was suggested and forwarded to the full board by the Resident Policy and Compliance Committee, although the Resident Policy and Compliance Committee was not unanimous when voting for this proposal. Today we'll be discussing and voting as to whether or not to submit the rescinding of our current barbecue policy forward for 28-day member review and comment. Can I get a motion to do this? I'm going to look this way. Ira moves and Jim seconds. Okay. Thank you both. Questions, comments from the board? Yes, Andy?
Is this like an all or nothing kind of thing? I mean, applies to everybody in Third, whatever situation.
That's what we're being asked to
Okay, that's what I want.
vote on
Thank you.
today, yes. Okay, other questions and comments? Okay, Moon?
Why don't you take Donna's?
Okay,
Donna's raising hand.
We'll take Donna
Take
first,
Donna
then
first.
and then Moon.
Donna, nice meeting you.
I've been very quietly sitting here. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, and if we can make sure that she's turned up. Thanks, go ahead, Donna.
Okay. I just, in terms of this, there have been comments on both ends, and it would appear that the concern was a fire potential hazard. And so if the fire folks feel that we don't need this stricter requirement, then it seems that we should be able to rescind it. So the question is why, and if it's in place for fire prevention, that the fire folks with experience don't think is necessary. And doing it, if it is a necessity, we should know what it is.
I don't know that I quite got that.
I think she just summarized that if the fire authorities think it doesn't need to be there, it doesn't need to be there.
Okay.
Is that kind of what you said?
She's frozen right now.
Oh, we have some distance problem here. Huh?
Okay. All right. Moon, go ahead.
Okay. Considering the fire in Paradise in Hawaii, we all worried about. But this community is a very matured community. We are all at least over 55. And we are very, very civilized, calm down, sleepy in a way community. I was very, very surprised we could not make a barbecue. I don't eat a lot of them, but this is enjoyment we can enjoy it during summer evening and have a friend over, have some barbecue and all that. Somebody take that privilege away from us. I don't know whatever happened before me, okay? So I'm so glad to have that back on it again. I'm 100% on it. Even considering Maui or that, we'll be very, very careful. And we should have this enjoyment coming back to us. We should enjoy with ourselves, with the neighbors.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay. Ralph?
It's been a long time since I looked at this, at the barbecue requirements, but I worked on this several years ago on behalf of the community. And we tried to adhere to the state and local requirements for this. And I believe that prohibited open flame on the 3-story buildings, on multi-story buildings. And there's good reason for that. I'm also aware that the National Fire Protection Association has made recommendations. I'm not sure whether those have all been followed by the state or not. Like I say, it's been a long time I looked into that. But there's good reason for not having an open flame unit on the multi-story buildings. If something happens when you make a connection to put a new tank on or something and it's not quite right, you can end up with a rather large flame and could light building on fire. So there's a lot of things in there, a lot of details in there to be aware of. I personally am not going to vote for this. I will at least abstain at this point until I review this. I see reference to I thought I saw reference here to a recommended policy, and I think that's at least a good idea. I have no need to replete what the state and everybody else says, because I think that's enough to stand alone. But I do want to emphasize we can't have them on 3-story buildings for regular fire safety. Thank you.
Andy and then SK?
I'm wondering, if this one size fits all, I understand that, I get it, and there's a certain amount of trust involved here. But somebody famously said, trust but verify. And I'm wondering, we follow the ACFA rules, great. But what if the ACFA rules are violated? And I can't tell you what that is because I don't know the ACFA rules, but I understand that they're less restrictive than everything we've been talking about. They're one size fits all, as it were. So I'm just wondering, is there a mechanism in place? And I guess, like, for example, the 3-story buildings, would the building captain report it, something like that, if there were an egregious interpretation of the ACFA rules? You get where I'm going? I mean, if it's open-ended, people are going to do what they're going to do, but sometimes it's too much. When it becomes too much and I can't define that, do we have a mechanism to identify that and deal with it? If you have a dangerous situation, that's what I'm getting at. A dangerous situation, we just look the other way, laissez-faire, or is there a mechanism to report it so that it doesn't happen again, or the people are better advised? Anybody have an answer on that?
Ira, this seems to.
I think we're talking about barbecues, not bonfires. as well as if there's a compliance situation where someone is repeatedly using a smoker, let's say, and the wind is continually pushing the smoke into their neighbor's unit, that's a compliance issue, not a fire issue. Yeah, it's a nuisance. Okay, so with respect to barbecue, it's like if you had gas in your kitchen and you don't throw rags on it. I mean, it's the same situation. So if you want to, as far as the historically, we've had one incident in over a decade where the fire department was called because somebody threw hot coals down the chute, which was against fire regulations. They recommend 24 to 48 hours for coals to sit before you dump them into a proper container. And that's what we're recommending. Use common sense, use the OCFA rules, and there shouldn't be an issue. They have recommendations with regards to changing tanks. They have recommendations with regards to charcoal. It's plainly listed on several of their handouts as well as online. I don't think there should be the other issues, from what I understand, I think there were 4 other issues. They're all compliance things, smoke in somebody's. So there wasn't any fire problems except for the one that I'm aware of.
Yes, thank you. I have 2 questions. One is we are now discussing about 14A, and there is another item says on the 17 for entertaining a motion to rescind the barbecue rules and regulation. I don't know how those two related to. Since we are rescinding this rule, I'd like to see compliance come up with a clear guideline or perhaps rules as to what we should do, should not do, that kind of guidelines from the compliances. Thank you.
Okay. So the 17 agenda item is just future agenda items. It was written with the assumption that this board was going to pass 14A, and as a result, it'll be, if we do, it would then be on next month's agenda, because if we approve it today, it's for 28-day member review and comment, and it would come up again next time. So that's just what, so you'll notice under 17 that there are several of these new business items. They're just kind of assumptions there at the moment in time. So we'll cross out any, if, for instance, we don't approve 14A, then we'll remove it from 17 as well.
Thank you.
So, the way this is now worded is this is not replacing this necessarily with anything. It's rescinding our current barbecue policy. So, to answer Andy's question, if somebody doesn't follow some guidelines, other than potentially calling the fire authority, I'm not sure what we could do unless, it was a nuisance like that. So if you're looking for a document to replace what we currently have, I'd suggest considering voting no to rescind this and kicking it back to the committee to replace it with something else. I'm not planning on voting for this personally. I'm an avid barbecuer, but I've had barbecues, flame up and scorch a wall. Those things just happen, and I like to consider myself pretty good at it. So those kinds of things happen. So, I'm looking at it from my perspective, a board member trying to preserve our property, and I'm, while I'd like to think that people will always use common sense, I have seen that that's unfortunately not always the case. So, so that's my perspective. So, Ralph, do you have something else you want to say?
Two other comments. During my research several years ago into this matter, I did recall seeing somewhere that there was a state law, I believe, that prohibited carrying any more than a 1 pound can of propane through an enclosed space like an indoor stairway to an apartment or an elevator or anything like that. So that was probably separate from the barbecue thing. I don't remember just where I saw that. I remember seeing it. The other comment I have is, Moon, I want to challenge it a little bit with you. You say we're all grown up and adults and responsible. I would like to remind you that we are in the age where we are beginning to enter second childhood.
Yeah.
Let me comment on that.
Yes.
I'm physician. So we start with 4 legs, and then 3 legs, 2 legs. We're going back to 4 legs.
Okay. All right. Any other comments from the board before we entertain potential comments from the members? Yes, Jim?
Yes, as it's written right now, it's really kind of ridiculous, the specifications on what the rules are. One, you can't even buy the size container that it represents. It's talking about pounds instead of volume, and so that doesn't count. The 10-foot rule, again, isn't in any of the statutes or anything. Ralph, the item about not carrying anything in between a hallway or that is for commercial use, and it's like if you're going to get it refilled at a hardware store or something, you go around back instead of walking through where all the people are shopping. So much of it is ridiculous in nature as to how it's written, but there should be some kind of situation where you do the standard, the 5-gallon propane tank, which is standard. If you buy anything different, it costs 6 times as much because they don't manufacture them. So simply using barbecues, we should probably rescind this and then look at just getting a generalized situation where you say it needs to be the standard barbecue that is available everywhere, the standard propane tank that's available everywhere. And with doing that, you can control it somewhat. But again, it all comes to common sense. And the amount of incidents we've had with barbecues is minimal. What is it, 7 years? They've had 4 incidents, and only one of them was something that actually caused damage. And if you look around, there's a whole lot of people that have these barbecues on their patios and everything that they've grandfathered in if it was a 2020 model or earlier. And so, again, it's kind of ridiculous the way it's being controlled. So I'm going to vote in favor of rescinding this and let it go for a while, see if we have any problems. If we have any problems, then we may come back to it again and see about putting in regulations. Because in essence, to me, we have too many rules and regulations that are unnecessary in the community.
Okay, thanks. Ralph?
One last comment about propane cans. The nomenclature of 5-gallon propane can is really a misnomer. They're really a 20-pound, considered a 20-pound can. But if you look on the tank, the large one, it's about a foot in diameter, stands about 12, 14 inches high. It will tell you that it contains 15 pounds of propane. And that's because you have to have what they call ullage space, or you have to have a certain amount of volume and above that is just gas. You do not want to have liquid propane coming out onto your burners. In another life, I investigated a fire in a camper where that happened. And the 2 people were inside and they got well toasted. The other size of cans, these are 3 kinds that are available at Home Depot. The next one is a 16-ounce size.
So I'm going to stop you there. Just as I mentioned, I'm going to kind of rein in the size of the tank is
All right.
interesting, but not really relevant to this, whether we rescind the policy or not. Yeah?
All right.
So thanks. Anything else? Okay, we have some member comments. Let me make one comment. similar to open forum. I don't know how many member comments we have, but I'm going to hold this to 30 minutes as well. Okay, I just didn't see your hand up.
I was going to read her comment, because she did message it in. She stated, again, I would like to request we refer to state and OCFA guidance to redo a policy that is more appropriate.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Okay, and now do we have any member comments? And it's now 11:30. We'll be finished with these hopefully before noon.
Yes. First comment, Stuart Hack.
Mr. Hack, long time no see.
Because of there being so much activity, they've doubled my pay this year. So I'm, again, representing the interests of the Gardenville Association. We actually did a survey. We asked for some all of our buildings to respond, and we did get 20 responses of what our buildings felt about this. And one response was, we want to keep it, we want no rules. And the rest of the responses were, we want the rules to stay as they are. And that then later, we do have a couple members of our board who feel differently than the way the board voted on this. So after these folks had their say, I got one more building saying, we think we like to be able to have no rules at all. So we've got 18 out of 20 responses that they like to keep the rules the same. This gives you a pretty good indication of where the Gardenville buildings stand. And I wanted to share with you these two items, please. Now, actually, there are no rules in California. There are only suggestions in California. But that's not true of all states. For instance, in Maryland, where I come from, Baltimore County, you're prohibited from having barbecues on multi-story building patios. And this one thing that I'm sharing with you, which is the statement of the Orange County Fire Authority, at the very bottom, the last paragraph, they say, while the fire code may not regulate these devices, some insurance companies may include restrictions on their use in their policies, and HOAs may stipulate conditions to enhance safety and mitigate complaints regarding smoke and odors. Please consult these agencies regarding your rules and apply to your community. So we have a perfect right to have our own. In fact, they're even suggesting you might want to have your own rules. And the second handout that I'm asking you to look at is this is from NFPA research, and it's pretty conclusive that the risks involved with the use of an electric grill on a balcony are a lot lower than the risk involved in using any other kind of grill on a balcony. So I'm zeroing in on just three-story buildings. I'm not going to render any opinion on what you ought to do if you have a freestanding home. That's great. You don't have the same risks that we have in three-story buildings. And just to clarify, these rules were adopted March 16th, 2021. I was sitting on the same committee. Ralph was chairman of the committee at the time. We did a lot of thought and study about it. But it was instigated by a fire on a balcony about 9 months prior to it. That's why it was brought up. So indicating that we have no problem here and it's never happened and it never will happen is not really reasonable. And I also share, I can't do things and think the way I did when I was 40 years old. We have a community of people who are up in years. And to rely on people who are up in years to do the right things next is disproven over and over and over again.
Thank you, Mr. Hack. Appreciate it.
In this community. So
your time is up. Thanks.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. I think there's some people here who thought they were going to speak about the cleaning of our buildings when we had item 8, because it's listed that there was going to be a discussion about the budget. that was included. So I just want to bring to your attention, there may be some people here who signed up for the wrong time to speak, and it may be reasonable to allow them if we're not taking up too much time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Look into that.
Next speaker is Jim Southworth.
Good day.
Good morning, President Laws, directors. Okay, good morning, President Laws and directors. I've been before you, before to other groups before on this matter. I'll try to keep this down to 2 minutes. I presented you with a packet this morning, which was an updated statement supporting the repeal and possibly replacement of the existing resolution 03-2118. That packet included barbecue regulations from 2017. From where they came is beyond me. The current rules, regulations, the nuisance policy, the care and maintenance of balconies and breezeways policy, the Orange County Fire Department bulletin, and the safety rules. Last night I finished and emailed out to BCs, building captains, and to a few of you that I have addresses for, photos from various garden villas and some information. So there's more to go into there in this 15-page packet. Last night you got 3 pages, just some information on tanks. The other 2 pages are 22 pictures of barbecue grills in garden villas only. I believe all of those are non-compliant because they all have the 20-pound tank. And that definition might be looked into too, because if you take an empty tank and put it on there, the tare weight is about 17 pounds, and you'll get about 18 to 20 pounds if you get a fill. Blue Rhino gives you 15 because they cut the cost. So, I have some concerns about this, concerns about trust and freedom. Some of the terror that you would have is like the first time you allow your daughter or son to go on a date, or the first time you give your kids the keys to the family car on a Friday night. Yeah, I have a little bit of concern or trepidation. But I am opposed to poorly written, excessively restricted rules. These should be rescinded. I am not opposed, and I can support revised, reasonably written, clear rules that provide some guidelines to people, but are reasonable and easily enforced. Go back and look at those 22 pictures. You'll see that they're common all over in just the 3 stories. I only looked at 3 stories, and I didn't look at them all. You can't enforce what you have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Jim.
Next speaker is Sherry Horn.
So, Sherry Horn, 2354. I'm also a past president of the Garden Villa Association. Many of those rules were written in response to events that happened. I know personally of chutes that were damaged from throwing coals down there, fires that have started in the bins. I called the Orange County Fire Authority, but they don't break out fires by barbecue. But, we have risk managers at City Hall. I'm sure you have risk managers here with your insurance companies. What nobody has said was a 3-story building has undifferentiated attics. 1 spark and the whole building goes up. So we don't want to deprive you of your barbecues. Have your barbecues. My objection is to charcoal because of the sparks that come from it. The fire department, our buildings are not in the same code condition as the fire department was years ago. So their codes were within 10 feet of a painted surface. But since our buildings were built, we no longer use lead-based paint. But it's still a good idea not to have it within 10 feet. Rules are passed in response to situations. And I would like to see a report by your risk manager that would suggest that we retain charcoal grills and that there's no chance of a fire. In these fire times, there are so many fires. They spread so quickly with the wind. I don't want to be out of my home. There was a fire in 3486 a few years ago. Those people were out more than a year. This is for nothing. You can use propane, use electric, just don't use charcoal in a 3-story building because we only have one attic and that fire spreads and I don't want to be out of my building. And I think if your insurance and your risk managers know and you've been made aware of a dangerous situation, we should retain the rules in those 3-story buildings that keep us all safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Teresa Keegan.
Thank you for your time today. I know we've all talked a lot about barbecues. I ask respectfully that this be rescinded. There's been no inventory of the 2020 grills, so it's absolutely unenforceable. There are already guidelines in Third's existing nuisance. Since 2011, you were asking about compliance. They've sent 11 letters about barbecue issues. That's less than once a year, and this process remains in place, even if Third does rescind this rule. No fire department suggests a 10-foot setback. This is an arbitrary distance latched onto by GVA and seems to be a backhanded way to essentially eliminate any grilling. Even the cement patio pads in our rec rooms vary in size, and many would not be able to fall within the restriction. The only mentioned distance by OCFA is to keep children and pets 3 feet from a grill. Otherwise, it says to grill a safe distance from structures and gatherings. The professionals have spent years researching the most effective way to communicate with people, and I ask you to defer to their expertise. United has no regulatory barbecue restrictions, and barbecue fires have not been an issue there. Should charcoal be approved for use in Third, it may make sense to ban it from 3-story buildings. Our trash chutes are there, and people could put the hot coals down. That's definitely an issue. But I don't believe the majority of residents of 3-story buildings have received a fair or complete information on this, and I ask you to please rescind this arbitrary, unenforceable rule. Thank you.
And that is all for the speakers.
Okay, great, thanks. I just want to make one comment. I did talk with Dan Yost, our risk manager, mainly about if we rescinded this, would it impact our already high property insurance costs? And he said no, that it's not a factor in our property insurance today. It's not something that our insurance companies ask for. What are our rules around barbecues, policies, that kind of thing. So, but it does sound like there's probably some other questions that I can ask them, and I'll do that. Any other comments from the board, Moon?
Yeah, this community, very few unit, except a very few unit, we have all electric. Very few unit has a gas here because of fire. In the golf course, we don't have water because we are old and nobody want to put the ball in the water. We have a lot of safety reason. So today, I would like to support to rescind this one, and then whatever technical thing, we're gonna work it out. We're gonna make it safe, so we all gonna enjoy, just like we don't have gas every unit. Okay, I'm supporting this rescinding thing.
Great. Andy?
As the lady pointed out, United doesn't have any rules, but United doesn't have any GVA buildings. So I'm just wondering why there can't be a carve-out, a simple carve-out. Like Jim said, we got too many rules. Agree with that. But maybe there are some rules. Guidelines are one thing, rules are another. Maybe the GVA or Garden Villas need a carve-out of something basic and then go with the guidelines for Aqua. That would be, a balance would be we had a special situation and we're dealing with it. But, all or nothing, black or white, that's not what the situation is. GV buildings are different. There's a different risk level, and we need to recognize that. And maybe some, not a lot, but some rules are necessary, whereas the rest of them can go with the AQUA guidelines. I wish the resolution was worded that way, but it's not. So I have a quandary. That's all I want to say.
Okay, great, thanks. Anything else before we vote on this one? Your hand up, Rob? Sorry.
One more comment. When I did this research years back, there was a specific carve-out for single-family residences, and I think it included duplexes, but it did not address triplexes, and we have those too. But there was a carve-out. That's all.
Okay. All right, thanks. All right, anything else? Okay, we're going to vote. And again, at this time, we're going to vote on whether to submit the rescinded policy forward for 28-day member review and comment. So meaning we're going to rescind the policy, let people know that we're going to do that, or that's the plan, if that's how we vote, and let members consider that. Okay, so this passes 7 yes, 4 no's. So this rescission of this policy is now on 28-day member review and comment. Thank you all. Thank you, members, for your comments. Appreciate it. Agenda item 14B. Hold on just a second. I'm going to stop us. Jules reminded us that we've all been sitting here for, not today, we've all been sitting here for 2 hours and 15 minutes. Let's take 2 minutes, stand up, stretch just a second. Try not to leave. We're going to start. We're going to start since we still have a bit to go. All right. SK's on his way. All right. Bring us back to order. Let everybody have a seat. All right. Thank you all for supporting that break. Agenda item 14B is for the board to entertain a motion to approve a revision to Third's electricity usage reimbursement policy. These updates were suggested by the ACSC. No, the Maintenance and Construction Committee, my mistake. And today we'll be voting as to whether or not to submit them. These revised revised policy, forward for 28-day member review and approval. Can I get a motion to approve this? Jim moves, Ira seconds. All right. Any discussion? Anybody have any questions from staff on this? According to the staff report, it seemed fairly clear. Okay. Are you nodding that it's clear, SK, or that you'd have questions for staff? Okay. Yes. All right. Any discussion? Okay. Pretty clear. Okay. All right. Any member comments on this? Okay. Ready to vote? Yes. Okay. Is it maybe coming up? There it is. So Michaela? Okay, so this is passed unanimously. Jay, thanks for being ready, just in case. Okay. So again, this is on 28-day member review and comment. Agenda item 14C is for the board to entertain a motion to approve a revision to the alteration fee schedule. These updates were suggested by the ACSC, and today we'll be voting as to whether or not to submit this revised fee schedule forward for 28-day member review and comment. I'm going to kind of follow the same process. Can I get a motion to approve this? Jim moves. Somebody on this side, Kush seconds. There you go. Anybody have any questions for staff on this? So, okay, all right. So, looks like Ira does.
No, just a little housekeeping, Bart. Can you move the unauthorized alteration fee, instead of looking like a header on the page, move it to the bottom of the page or a little bit lower? Same with the variance processing fee. Since those are both less common, I don't think they should be featured as the number one item on the page. It's just a little housekeeping, just to move that section down below. That's all.
And that I don't have any problem with that.
Okay.
Good suggestion.
All right. So last month we talked about this and we kind of tabled it back to committee, mainly because we were trying to keep the prices out of the resolution. Yet they're still there with some disclaimer or something. I mean, I prefer to see the resolution referencing a alteration fee schedule document and have nothing else about prices in the resolution, current, future, anything like that, and have the alteration fee schedule separate as a document. So I'm not comfortable with voting for this yet.
That is the way we described it.
That's what I thought we had talked about last time. So
that all the fee schedules, not just this one, but all of them, should be separate from the policies.
From the resolutions themselves, yeah, so that we don't have to go through a lengthy process.
Yeah, in order to either lower due to efficiencies or raise the rates due to problems. All of these need to be outside in a separate schedule, which I thought naming it alteration fee schedule could be fine, but reference that and nothing else within the policy, if you could amend the policy to do that.
So do we want to table it till next time? Is that?
We have a motion to accept it, so if somebody wants to amend that motion or...
No, but I'd like to make a comment. I'd like to see us go ahead and pass this through now and then do a revision of it afterwards so the policy goes into effect and the change in fees go into effect now for the members. You know, because our fee structure, anything over 10,000 in remodeling is a $700 fee right now. And this new structure is going to change that to where it drops that significantly for the members. So what the revision of this would be after the fact would be, as Mark says, the resolution saying these are what the fees are going to be, but then the fee list should be on a separate page of paper that can be adjusted annually as is suggested in a footnote on what we have before us. But I would like to see this passed now and do that revision after the fact.
Okay, I'm for that, but then, Jim, I would hold you accountable as the chair of the ACSC to get this revision done soon, okay?
Do we need to revise the motion then?
No. The motion is to accept this as is, essentially.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm all for what Jim said. Let them pass it and let the resident benefit it. Whatever we need amendment, we can do that amendment. They need, I like to see resident, to alterate it as much as they can. And all these buildings are very old building and not very good building start with. They are trying to improve. I want them to improve as much as on their cost, not on my cost.
Sounds good.
And just one other further comment is that at the ACSC yesterday, this is what we implied that we wanted to have done. But because once in a blue moon, the second Tuesday and the third Wednesday are back to back, there wasn't time to redo it for the board today, and we don't want to delay it another full month.
Okay. Got it. I hear you.
We don't need to do any changes in our
motion.
No. Just pass it right now.
That's
and then do a new action to amend whatever
to
thing you
pass
want.
another one.
Correct.
In the future. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Any member comments, question on this? Oh, Jules?
One of the first jobs I had as a lawyer was to deliver to the Supreme Court offices downstairs in Manhattan certificates of doing business. The fee at that time was $5. New York State taxes became exorbitant, and so they wanted to avoid having to raise taxes, so they raised fees. So now it's a few $100s. The difference between $5 and a few $100s is rather substantial. I suspect that something like that is goes around our entire community. There is one fee that I think is absurd. I think it's a $750 EULA fee, and as a consequence, I am substantially against that. We really should have a separate question as to whether we really are. These fees are just hidden ways of avoiding increasing our assessments, or there is a legitimate basis for it. Just an observation.
Okay, great, thanks. Any other questions, comments before we vote? All right, now it's now time to vote as to whether or not to put this updated fees schedule for 20-day member review and comment. Okay, so this passed 10-1. Thank you all. And Jules was for those of you who might not be able to see this and watching on TV, Jules was the one that voted no, which is fine. I just clarifying that. All right. Agenda item 14D is for the board to entertain a motion to approve revisions to the Maintenance and Construction Committee Charter. These updates were suggested by the M&C Committee, and today we'll be voting as to whether or not to accept these revisions. Can I get a motion to approve the revised M&C Committee? So SK moves, Andy seconds. Thank you both. Any questions, comments from members of the board? I know that the M&C Committee has been talking about this for quite some time. All right. Okay, any member comments? Michaela? Okay, right. Ready to vote as to whether to accept these? All right. Let us vote. And again, we'll be voting to accept these. There's no 28-day review of charters.
Chris, what's your vote?
Chris?
Sorry.
Thank
Okay,
you.
there she is. All right, so this passed 11-0. I should have stretched long a time ago. These things, we're moving right along since we got up and stretched. Agenda item 14E is for the board to entertain a motion to approve preferred vendor referral program for small drywall removals. This program was suggested by the M&C Committee, and today we'll be voting as to whether or not to accept this preferred vendor referral program. I'm going to ask somebody from staff to talk about this, since I'm a bit confused by it. Thank you, Manuel. Good afternoon.
Thank you,
now.
President Laws, board members. So the item before you is a recommendation from the MNC Committee to that actually initiated as a potential chargeable service that could be provided by staff. So if somebody's, for example, changing out a fan or moving a light switch over, they have to make a cutout on the drywall. We traditionally we treat that as being asbestos related, and it needs to be abated. And so to eliminate the need for testing or hiring a asbestos certified contractor, the committee suggested that it could be added as a chargeable service, having staff do the work. When we evaluated that, we don't feel that we have sufficient resources to provide that service to the community based on all of the remodels and the minor work that's going on. So we suggested, and the committee concurred, that in lieu of having staff do it as a chargeable service, that we make a referral to a reputable vendor who is now already working in the community. And we negotiated a cost for that service. So what the committee is recommending that the board simply adopt a preferred vendor referral program for this specific work task, and that when members contact our manor alteration staff or our maintenance staff inquiring as to how they can get this service done, we would refer them to that vendor. The transaction would be 100% between the member and the contractor, and staff would not be involved at all, just like they wouldn't be with any other remodel or any other minor construction work that's taking place in any manners. I will indicate that and remind the board that recently you eliminated your recommended contractor program, so this would be an exception to that program. Staff doesn't feel that that would be a problem because these tend to be minor work tasks. The dollar value of these is relatively low compared to major work, and the mutual wouldn't be involved at all, nor would staff in the discussions between the contractor and the member. And the member's not required to use the vendor that's being referred. They still have the option of soliciting pricing and quotes from any other vendor that they want. But as many of you know, sometimes our members do call and they're seeking some assistance and some guidance as to where they might find a reputable contractor.
Great. Thanks. Are you ready for questions and comments, Manuel? Or
yep, that's all I have. Thank you.
Moon?
It sounds like we are giving exclusive contract to your reputable contract. Is there any way we can control from resident and exclusive or reputable contractor price as a board or the fee? Can we control if it's a chargeable service? We have some hand on the price or the fee, but right now the way it is between resident and the reputable exclusive vendor, we don't have any control over their fee schedule.
No.
So I have some problem with that.
It's,
Chris, you have.
yeah, they have mentioned the fee that the contractor can charge in this, in the handout or whatever you call it. But my point was, if you're putting a fan, there'll be more than one cut in the wall, because it'll have to go from the switch to the center of the room. So the price is per glove bag, so there may be 3 or 4 glove bags. And then the second part of my question would be, will these people who make the cuts also patch and complete? Or who's going to be the do the electrical work? Is this like a one-stop shop type of thing? Or you have to have 2 contractors, one doing the electrical, one doing the cuts? So, I need to understand, if I have to put a fan, what do I have to do?
I don't have that information with me. I don't know if any of the MNC committee members remember the discussion on this or not. I'd have to get that information and get back to you.
Yeah, and the second part would be, can we have a more than one, means 2 or 3 people, like, I don't like what I heard from this contractor, can I try the second one, type of thing? Or are we going to have just take it or leave it, one choice?
As I indicated, the member would have the option of getting as many prices from any other vendors that they want. We're trying to minimize staff involvement in this. This is not something this is not a service that staff normally would provide. We're just trying to be helpful in assisting the members. So we would recommend that the board, if you want us to solicit pricing from other vendors, we're happy to do that. But again, the intent here was to try to keep this with minimal staff involvement and only offer it as a service to the members. Right now, a member can go out and get any vendor they want to do this work.
Okay. That answer your question at the moment? Ira, and then
Not
Jules?
completely.
So this is just a general comment. I'm going to be voting no on this because this only puts liability on the association. That is the reason why every association eliminates a preferred vendor list. It puts us on the hook for everything, whether it's a great price and great work or not. Everybody makes a mistake in every field. That's just fact of life. And the association cannot entertain additional liability for exclusive contracts between an owner and a vendor. There's just too many things that can go wrong, and the liability is excessive. Unless you would like to put up a bond and take on personal liability like we would for this kind of thing, I don't think it's worth doing.
Jules?
I can answer some of the questions that Kush asked. Several years ago, we completely tore out a large area of our living room and a large area of our dining room. Basically, big H, a big cut all the way down, 2 cuts and 1 in the middle. We took out a fan, an electric fan, the light fan, and we put in hi-hats. And we did the same thing in our dining room. The whole thing was one application, one person came in. You didn't have a whole bunch of them. You didn't have to do anything with you didn't have to cut out the switch. All you really had to do is to rewire up on top. Once they cut that out, what the remediation customers do is they line the area that they just cut out, so it's completely secure. Then somebody just comes in and puts in the lights, and then puts in the hi-hats, and then,
How many years ago was that?
3, maybe 4. The real thing that bothers me about this whole thing is that cost us maybe $1,000 or whatever it was for a company to come in, cut that out, do the remediation, do the air checking, right, by the statute, and give us a clean bill of health so we can go to and finish the alteration, which was completely permitted, and it worked out beautifully. I thought that our bag and glove people doing it ourselves would cut out a huge amount of the cost, because these remediation people now come in and they gotcha. You have to use them. You have to use somebody. And therefore, they've upped their prices gigantically. And so in fact, I actually went in and checked the law. It would have been very easy for me to qualify to do that bag and glove myself. I decided not to. It wasn't such a hot idea. But the point is, if we did the bag and glove ourselves, would we still have to bring in outside people to do check the air to make sure, or could we do that ourselves also? And if we could, why don't we?
We don't have the staff resources to be able to do that. If the board wanted this to be included as a chargeable item, we would have to look at how many additional staff people we'd have to add. So it would require an increase in staff levels.
But we could charge a lot less than these people who are soaking us from the outside.
Yeah, so-
It's just a proposal.
No,
That's what
I
think
understand, but as indicated in the staff report, if we were to do this as a chargeable service, we estimate it would cost a member for us to do it about $220 per bag. Great. The contractor has agreed to charge a member $182 per bag. So we felt the cost was relatively the same. If we could refer them to a contractor, then that would eliminate the need to add staff to be able to do this additional service. The alternative is to simply direct us to do it as a chargeable service with the understanding that it's going to have an impact to service levels. We won't be able to respond to other items, because when somebody sets up a chargeable service, it would be a non-emergency chargeable service. It would get scheduled, but it would impact the other work that those staff members are doing.
But it would be a great way of making money ourselves.
We wouldn't make any money. We charge what it costs us to do. There would be no, it wouldn't be a revenue thing
We're
for us.
non-profitable. All right. Moon and Ralph?
This asbestos deal is mandatory. We have to do by the law whenever we do something with it. And I like to put this on the chargeable service on our shoulder. Make a profit or make a negative, doesn't matter. Because I don't want residents to be ripped off by outside service. Okay, let's say they give us candy at this time, but down the road, a couple of years, it's gonna be elephant, they're gonna charge to us. So I like to put this is manual. I don't know how much it's gonna cost, but as a chargeable service to the resident, I don't want resident be ripped off by anybody.
Okay. Ralph?
Maybe it's my ignorance, but I can identify with square feet and cubic feet and gallons. Would somebody explain to me what a glove bag is?
A glove and bag.
Glove and it states in here.
It would accommodate approximately a 24-inch by 24-inch cutout.
Supposing I want to put in a half a dozen candle lights in my living room, each of those may be 6 inches in diameter. How would that figure? Would that fit into a glove bag or would it not?
No, take 6 of those.
No, you'd have to do a glove bag for each cut.
I think that's what Kush was trying to clarify too.
Yeah, I think part of my problem is the word preferred. Is that something that South Coast has asked for to be preferred, or is that just the terminology we came up with?
Terminology that we came up with.
I mean, I wonder if we could come up with a script that we, as a board, felt comfortable with, and maybe not, of how they say, hey, if somebody calls and say, hey, I want this done, there's any number of companies. One we're aware of is this one. I don't know. But I'm just throwing that out. That the preferred bothers me.
Suggested, maybe?
So, Ira?
Since there is a vendor, and as Moon proposed as a chargeable, do it as a chargeable service, and the cost would be, as you said, Manny, $220 versus $187. At this point in time, without adding any more people on, we could outsource this service and just charge the administrative fee on top of the $187 and do it ourselves at this point, and not have to hire anybody to see how many times this service gets used. If it's only 5 times a year, just leave it alone. If it's 150 or 200 times a year, or 1,000 times a year, then we might want to consider adding somebody on staff to do it, something to that effect. But again, I'm against a preferred vendor list for anything. That's just too much liability.
Yes, Kush?
I think Jim really wanted this thing to make a change in how this asbestos was going to be affecting us. Jim, do you have any comment on this?
I'm with Moon. I'm still in favor of this being a chargeable service, even if it's a little more on our part. The combination that Ira's suggesting, where it's a chargeable service, we just do the administration of a vendor. But again, that's still giving an exclusive contract to the vendor without sending it out to bid. So the complication is, I think we should go one way or the other, but I don't think we can do the preferred vendor. And as to that part, I think we should defer that until we speak to the attorney, or just arbitrarily say, we're going to do this as a chargeable service and do it in-house.
I agree, but there was another side to it that we were discussing a few months ago, that you were trying to lower the cost to the residents of these asbestos testing, because when you end up doing, if you remember, the idea was it was coming up to a $2,000 to more dollar expense to put up a fan. So we were trying to see if we could reduce that to a $200 or $400 expense, besides the electrical, the appliance itself.
Yeah,
So-
I can answer that. The reality is, it costs around $600 to do the inspection. It costs about $500 to do the air clearance.
Right.
And then it costs whatever it costs to do the abatement. If you look at it with the bags and say, okay, we're not going to do the pre-test, we're not going to do the post-test, we're going to teach everything as if it's completely contaminated, and so you do the highest level of taking it away, even at $220 a bag, you're going to be cheaper than what the cost is with all the other parts of it. So to me, you're taking away the factor, like Moon says, of this vendor, down the line raising their prices, or They have to make 5 cuts. They charge them $180 for the first cut. Maybe they'll charge them $160 for the second cut. Maybe if they have 5 cuts, they'll be discounted and not at the highest rate. Whether or not we can do that in-house to where the first cut is $220, but if we're doing 5 cuts, can we lower that to less than $220 a bag? And so therein lies the dilemma of how do you do it without the initial cost of right now. If you go in and do it, it's going to cost you $1,100 to start before you even do the abatement.
Correct. So that's what my concern was, that however you do it, this fan is going to cost you $2,000 by the time you end up doing the entire thing. So that's the problem. We need to bring that thing down.
But if you make 5 cuts at $220 a cut, that's $1,100 as opposed to $2,000. So it's still almost half the price.
That's just the cutting part. That's just does this include the testing too, the $220?
There's no testing if you, the premise here is that you would assume that the material is asbestos laden, and you would simply remove it and dispose of it properly. That way you don't have to test, and you eliminate that cost.
So there is no other cost after that, except
Well, there's no
fan
testing
itself
cost.
and
It's going to depend on what the work is, what the member is doing, what improvements they're making.
So we just use it like an example of putting a fan up. So that's what I mean.
Well, it's still going to be only the asbestos removal. It has nothing to do with the electrical or anything like that.
No.
But this would cost you what it's going to cost you for the asbestos anyway. So if you eliminate $1,100, and I'm using the example of 5 cuts, which most of the time you're not going to have to make 5 cuts to wire the thing, and depending on where the rafters are running, you may only have to make 2 cuts.
2 or 3.
Yeah. And so you've eliminated $1,100 to start with. If you have 3 cuts, that's $660. You've already made it so much less than what just the testing costs, not even counting the abatement. So basically, if you had to do all the testing and do the cuts, you'd have $1,100 plus probably another $1,100. And here you're marking it down for 3 cuts to $660. And again, we're only referring to the asbestos, not anything they're doing within that.
I understand all this. I would recommend that we write it clearly that everybody else understands this. And that's why I'm questioning that. Yeah. So.
But staff is saying that they can't support this with their current staffing levels without
That's a different
impacting
point.
service?
That's a different point altogether. Yeah.
Well, and along with that, though.
Yeah, but it has to be resolved. I mean, it's a different point altogether, but it has to be resolved. We can't just tell them to do it.
But again, we won't know until we actually implement it, how many people are going to request this. You know, if only 4 people request it in a year, it's not going to impact staff that much. If 40 people request it, then it's going to. But if it's the amount of money that you're paying can support hiring staff, then it still eliminates any cost increase if you cover the cost of staff that might have to be hired, but we're not going to know until we see if people take advantage of it. So it's kind of one of those things, you can't know the answer until you see the process.
Okay. Jules?
I have a question. Are you saying that we can simply assume it's asbestos, and as a consequence, you can avoid all testing? Anytime you go through asbestos, don't you have to get an air quality report afterwards? Doesn't it have to be checked?
I don't know the answer to that, but Assistant Director Ian Barnett is on Zoom, and perhaps he can shed some light on that specific question. Ian, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Little louder.
Barely.
Excellent. So thank you for that question. And the simple answer is yes, you can forego the testing as long as you treat it as asbestos containing material. And that's where in the report it's listed as PACM or presumed asbestos containing material.
Well, then I will make one other observation, and that at my advanced age, the likelihood that that my health could be affected by a modest, assuming a modest distribution of asbestos is, I believe, microscopic. So, if there is any way of treating asbestos matter as in a de minimis fashion so as to avoid allowing remediation companies to come in here and squeeze us for, soak us, I would be strongly in favor of that. I've known people in the past when I was out in private life, that sort of poo-poo laughed at the whole idea that asbestos is this horribly dangerous thing. It's very dangerous for people that have been exposed to it for a while. But the idea that you could be exposed to a little bit of asbestos for a de minimis cutting of something is, from what I understand, absolutely minimal.
Thanks. SK?
Yes. The application of this is a 24 by 24. But if I cut 10 by 10, do I still need to test?
More than likely, yes. This really only applies to small areas, small cuts. You can have multiple small areas, but it really only applies to the
I like to see the rules and regulation, what the hell the state is asking us to do it. I'm serious about this. And I do know my home tested all throughout my area when I first moved in. I do not have any asbestos at that time. It was negative. Why can't I do that?
I believe that's a city and state requirement, that you have to continue to test.
I understand that.
But Manuel won't be able to answer it. I'm helping him out and trying to speed this thing
So
up.
my question is, if I can cut smaller than 24 by 24, why can't I do that? Do I still have to go through the state, city?
If you assume that it's asbestos material and treat it as such, then you don't. If you don't properly remove it, for example, through this bagging method, then you will have to test.
No, I'm saying I already have tested.
If you've tested, then this wouldn't apply. This is
No,
what we're
because
doing here
there's
is
a
we're-
restriction on time limit by the state and the city on how long that asbestos test is valid.
Right.
And I think it's only 90 days.
90 days.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't write the law.
So what do you, any further? I mean, what do we want to do with this? We don't have a motion yet. We had asked Manuel to come up before. Do we want to proceed with this? Work it back with the M&C team to try to figure out how we can make it a chargeable service, pilot, or Jules?
I would move to table this and put this back in with one of our committees to
M&C. Okay.
M&C, yeah, to determine where we go, what's the best way of going out about this, because there's clearly a whole bunch of very interesting considerations, whether we should, as Iris suggests, have a preferred or a non-preferred contractor, and whether we can look for any kind of an exception or exclusion.
Okay, so there's a
based on
motion to
de
table
minimis.
this. Is there a second? If you're not seconding, don't raise your hand. You're seconding it, okay? Just recall, this came from the M&C committee, and this is what they came up with as the solution. So I guess we're kicking it back with perhaps a little more feedback from other members of the board and see what happens.
It actually wasn't sent as a solution, it was sent for the full board to kind of look at it as to whether or not we wanted to pursue in-house or a vendor. Because we didn't want to make the decision, we wanted to send it forward so that a decision could be made. And my intent was to have it go before our council to see if we could even have a preferred vendor without liability.
Okay, well those kind of questions can happen anytime, don't have to come to the board. It is, if a committee has that question of legal counsel, we can ask. And I will ask, we'll work with our legal counsel to get that answered regardless of how this turns out. So we have a motion to table this back to the M&C committee to figure out next steps, and it's been seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Okay. We ready to vote for that motion? Okay.
If you're going to table it, you don't have to vote.
Paul's nodding his head. Does that?
No, you still have to vote to table it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's vote. It's not going to take too long.
This is,
I'm all in favor. Click your yeses or thumbs up, however it works for you. Working for Jim this time? All right.
no,
You're voting to table it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Voting to table it back,
Right.
or kick it back to the M&C committee. Table it may be the wrong term. Okay, and with 10-0, Ira has stepped out for an appointment, so he'll be back in a bit.
Thank you,
And
board.
well-
We'll work with the MNC on trying to refine this a little more.
Okay, appreciate you being here to chat through this. Agenda item 14F is for the board to entertain a motion to approve 2022 operating surplus transfer. This program was endorsed by the Finance Committee. Today we'll be voting as to whether or not to accept this surplus transfer. I think we're all on the committee, so can I get a motion to, sorry, I'm going to hold off that. Let me have Chris read the resolution for us first. This is 14F? Was that not one that I had asked you to? 13F. We'll have to dig that one up, email up, 14F, sorry. My mistake is perhaps, no. You got it? It's just short.
Operating surplus transfer, whereas the Third Laguna Hills Mutual operating statement as of December 31, 2022 reflected a net operating fund surplus of $917,320, and whereas the board desires to return this amount to the members by way of a transfer to the unappropriated expenditure fund, now therefore be it resolved August 15, 2023, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby authorizes the transfer of $917,320 of a 2022 accumulated operating surplus from the operating fund to the unappropriated expenditure fund, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution.
Okay, thank you, Chris. That's, again, sorry for any confusion I caused. Can I get a motion now? I saw Andy and Ralph this time. Andy, so again, this is just for clarification. We had extra money from our 2022, after the audit was done, we realized, or I think we always knew, but we wanted to wait till the official audit was done, and we now want to move that funds from our 2020 surplus into our reserve fund, and that should reduce assessment fees going forward. It's already part of the 2024 budget discussions that we've been having. Any questions, comments from members? Moon and then SK.
at the committee level, I voiced out this money is insurance
surplus, whatever insurance decrease the surplus. And by the rule, we either have to return to resident individually, or either we move to next following year. That is, so we agreed to move to transfer to next year. So I don't have any problem whichever it comes. And, but I have problem with informed resident. And we did not inform the resident on this issue. The resident did not have any input on this issue. So I'm going to abstain again because on that informed issue. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Moo. SK?
Yes, a little bit, some things I need to talk to about this transfer. I am in favor of a transfer to the reserve fund. However, this amount becomes $12.50 per manor per month. So we are transferring this to reserve fund, yet in 2024, reserve fund has been increased to $11,276,496 to $12,841,293. That result in $154 per manor per month to increased $175.37 per manor per month. As we transfer this amount into reserve fund, I'd like to go back replacement fund to 2023 level instead of increase to 12,8041,293. That way, we will reduce our manor HOA fee. At the same time, I think we comfortably propose from every week, the proposed from eliminate the proposal for biweekly cleaning of a three-story building to go back to every week cleaning operation. That is my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments?
So I want to understand what SK said in simple words, that by moving the funds, the $900,000 or $1 million, whatever it comes to from where it is to which fund?
We are going to move to reserve fund.
Okay.
We already increased 11 million to 12 million. I'm just cut off the other numbers. So that has been increased to 154 per manor per month assessment to in 2024 to 175.37. Since we moving this to replacement fund, what I'm suggesting is, because a lot of people does not like reducing of the cleaning, so by doing this, we can go back comfortably every week cleaning for Garden Villa Association, because.
But which fund would you put it in?
Just a minute. So we're kind of getting off topic to this. You're trying to talk about how we use the money once we move it. This is let's move it. And just to clarify, the anticipated move is already in the budget. So there is not $2.71 extra out of this. It's already in.
We have not approved it yet. It's been.
That's right. We've not approved that, but all of the figures that we've looked at include this operating surplus because we knew.
No,
it was gonna
I'm in
But-
the wrong
but fair
configuration
enough.
then.
We will continue that with the budget discussion as we
Okay.
go forward.
Okay.
So this is just whether we want to transfer the funds from 2022 operating surplus into the reserves.
So once we approve this, we can still make a change subsequently.
To the budget. The budget, yeah, that budget is still an active discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Donna has her.
And Donna has.
Okay. All right. So do Donna, who has her hand up, and then Moon, and then Ralph.
That's okay. You know, moving it out of discussion of what we do with it is what I wanted, so I can take my hand down.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Moon?
Okay, this windfall is not, we did a great operation. This is, we are coming from insurance, and we decreased our coverage of insurance by taking more risk of insurance, so we had the windfall. That's needed to be informed to the resident. Second, we do have this windfall. I think not many residents knows about it. Third, SK want to use this money but the way Steve was telling us at the committee, there's only two ways can be done. One is we return to resident, or this can be transferred only to the reserve fund. And once you transfer to reserve fund, and then we can have another meeting or another resolution how we're going to use the reserve fund. We cannot split it at this time. Thank you.
So Moon is suggesting that this surplus is a result of insurance, and I don't believe that's correct, since insurance savings happened in 2023, and this is 2022 operating surplus. Is that correct?
For clarification, in September 2021, when you approved the 2022 budget, there was an anticipation to get as much insurance for the full property value. Ultimately, in October, when the insurance was, the broker locked it all in, you were not able to get the full coverage that we were anticipating that we were going to shoot for. So it's not that you did take on less risk. You did take on more risk, but you took on as much insurance as was available. So if there was more available, you would have purchased more. So as a result of buying less insurance, you had this approximately, we'll call it $1 million savings. So for the future, the board make the recommendation alongside risk manager Dan Yost to change the timeline of when you secure your insurance. That way we don't have these huge budget variances anymore. From now on, we lock your insurance, I believe, in June, so you know well in advance for the budget purposes. So it wasn't necessarily a windfall. We did the best we could. The insurance wasn't available, so you came in with a saving as a result.
Okay, fair enough.
So the question is, this $917,230 already figured into 2024 budget?
The short answer, yes. When we're developing the budget, we use the best information that we have at the time. So we've included in the budget presentations that this was one of the input factors.
So then my figure is wrong. Oh, I'm sorry, but I thought after we approve, that money can be transferred to the wherever we wanted to put in.
Gotcha. No, I mean, we were going under the assumption that this would take place. Every year, if there is a surplus, we need to do something with it. So we bring it to the board.
Right, I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that. But we already figure into our budget is something, I don't understand that.
Huh, okay. All right, Ralph?
This is two different years. What this 200,000, almost 200,000 is money left over from 2022 budget. All we're doing is take it from one pocket that's taxable, putting it into another pocket that's not taxable where we can use it again later. What we do with it after that is a totally different problem. Right now, we don't want to pay tax on the 200,000.
Just for clarification, approximately 900,000.
900,000, okay, I'm sorry. Little decimal point, I have a problem with decimal points when it comes to dollars. but-
Okay. Any other questions, comments about the resolution to move the money from a surplus to reserves? That's kind of what we're trying to, and again, we had already endorsed this. The Moon had abstained, but the rest of the committee had approved it. Not that we can change our minds, can't change our minds here, so feel free. Any other questions, comments on this? Okay, any comments from members? Michaela, I'm assuming none. Now time to vote. So we're voting on whether or not to approve and accept the surplus transfer. Didn't work out, did you? Yeah, you have to press harder. Okay. So Ira's out. We have 9 yeses and 1 abstention, and the abstention is Moon, as he mentioned. Thank you all. And finally, for new business, we have agenda item 14G. It's for the board to hear an appeal request for a landscape committee decision to remove plants that have been planted in common area behind Manor 5191. I don't know if staff is going to come and kind of broker this for us. I think Mr. Paez is here. Okay. Please be prepared.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, yes, it is. Well, it's afternoon anyway.
Yes. What we have here is basically a neighbor dispute that came to the landscape committee. There was a hedge planted behind the subject residence at some time in the past. It was not approved by landscaping. We have no documentation on when it was put there or who put it there. Basically what essentially the hedge does is block passage between units in common area in that cul-de-sac. So we have a request from one resident wanting that hedge removed to regain that access through the backyards of that area. And then we have the other resident that wants to retain the hedge adjacent to their house. So this came before the landscape committee back in June. No decision has been made by the board on this, so basically they're asking the board to finally make a decision whether you're going to approve the landscape committee's recommendation to remove the hedge or approve the members' request to retain the hedge. The issue is privacy. I believe we can solve this with both parties by planting a hedge parallel to the home to give the residents the privacy and then give the other residents the access to common area that is requested. Also, if we get the access back to common area, landscape staff will not have to walk completely around the house with their mowers to get from one area to the other, which they do now. So it will add some efficiency to us. I believe we can get the privacy the one resident wants and get the access to all the other residents at the same time.
Okay. Great. Any question, comments for Kurt?
Question, we don't have records of the yellow stake policy for that actually being approved, but are they maintaining the brush that is there, or are they not maintaining it in an adequate?
The hedge that's there, if you look at the pictures, is pretty meager. It doesn't require much maintenance as it is. You can see right through it. You can actually walk through it if you wanted to. But it's not maintained by the resident. It's maintained by us. But like I said, there's very little maintenance that goes on with it.
And wasn't that part of the yellow stake thing, that the resident would be the one maintaining it?
That's one of the reasons why we got rid of the yellow stake program, because it was a free-for-all. People were putting in things that we didn't know they were putting in and moving the stakes around and not taking care of what they put in. So that's why we got rid of the yellow stake program, because there was absolutely no documentation on who was doing what.
So even if it was approved under the yellow stake, it's not being maintained by the resident, and so therefore it should be removed anyway.
I agree, but I believe we can meet, like I said, both residents' requests by planting a hedge parallel to the building instead of perpendicular. I think that'll help everybody.
So there is a solution already attained?
Possible.
Possible
Okay, so we have to
solution,
figure out who pays
yes.
for it. Okay. SK?
Yes, fundamental question is the common area resident cannot put anything there to control their neighbors. Am I correct?
That is correct. Common areas to be open for the use and passage for all members.
Okay. So the 5191 resident claim is that we approved the Yellow Stake long time ago program?
He is taking the word of the previous resident who claims they put it under the Yellow Stake program. Like I said, we have no documentation on what was put in under the Yellow Stake. It was basically a free-for-all.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And we have Mr. Piaz who's appealing the decision here. Was there another question for Kurt? Sorry, Moon.
Okay. I'm looking at the picture. Do you have this picture on the? Okay. Which area they want to access? Is that big yard I saw, or in the backyard, or?
If you look at the aerial picture that's in the packet, you can access all of the backyards, and most of Third, you can access the backyards. There are areas where the developer put in hedges, as such in Gate 11, where a lot of the yards are separated by hedges. But this is, the rest of these ones, you can access all of that turf area behind the buildings, except for the one hedge.
Is that 5190 is left over the 91 or right side of 91?
Left, it's two houses over.
Okay, 90 is the left side. As we see picture, it's the right-hand side.
Yes, it's right.
It's the right-hand side. Right side.
It's the one with
not the left one.
Yeah, the different colored.
I've seen that. I went there twice to make sure. It is on the right side. The 5190, 5191 has that narrow path blocked out by shrubs.
Yeah, correct.
So
51.
90 has, I see that the open area in between 90 and the 91.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So 90 wanna pass through at big area and then go through the 91 backyard and they go to 92, 93. Is that
Correct.
what they want?
Yes. If you look at page 33 of 34, it has all of the units numbered.
Right.
So that'll give you an idea of the units.
If I may, on top of
then
that.
I saw that all the neighbors, okay, I see it. Okay, all the neighbors signed, agreed, and they agreed with the 91. In the petition, all the other neighbors are going along with the 91's petition on this one.
The original request from 5190 had 6 signatures of neighbors.
There was away from.
And 5191 has no signatures of neighbors.
Oh, so 91 does not have any support from resident?
Correct.
Or neighbors resident?
On the original landscape request
I
form.
think there may now be 2 on page
Correct.
28 of 34. So I mean, it's not all neighbors. So again, different neighbors are having the same issue. Some want it, some don't.
Right.
This is where I don't envy you, where you have to make.
Yeah.
Okay, all the other common area, they have access from front, right? So the question is, they want to have access from the backyard.
Correct.
Okay. They don't have any problem. They have access from front.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
SK again?
Yeah, on top of that, if I may, the narrow path was created because previous owner put some flower pot beyond the patio. So artificially, it becomes very narrower compared to other units. That's how I see it, how I saw it.
All right. So we have Mr. Payas, who's appealing this landscape committee decision. You can come up here and we have all of the information that you've shared with us. Donna, did you have something you wanted to ask or say? I'm sorry.
Yes, I pretty much.
Hold on just a
I'm
second.
sorry.
Oh, Donna, did you have something you wanted to say or ask?
Yeah, I didn't realize that the resident was going to speak. I was just going to say that we've heard a possible compromise that seems like it would solve the problem for everybody, which is what Kurt just mentioned, which was kind of making the parallel hedge. And so I was just going to move that we do that because that seems to solve all of the folks' concerns.
Okay. All right. Great. Thanks. Mr. Payas?
Yes, I actually.
Well, I'm going to give you about 5 minutes, if so, if possible.
Oh, okay. No, it shouldn't take that much
Okay.
because I only submit my statement in my package, and that including statement from my neighbor who will be affected by if this is being cutting down. This plan been there for about 6 years, from what I've been told. And it's really well maintained. If you look at the picture I sent in my package, on the page 31, the flower blooming and all green. We've been taking good care of it. And again, this hedge is not between my house, which is 5191 and 5190. It's between my house, 5191 and 5192. And 5192 also have a statement presented to you, to the board in my package, that they wouldn't want that to be cut down. And they want that as a privacy. And the same thing with the house that affected by this, also signed the support for me to retain the shrub. And that the two houses affected by this, 5210 and 5211 on Elvira. And that will be on the page 32. And again, although this common area, but this is not an active passage. There's so many ways, so many streets in the gate 11. And all the houses in the gate 11 have their own shrub, hedges, plants, for their own privacy. Why couldn't we keep this? And when we transfer the house, the objection wasn't raised up by the inspector, because when you transfer the house, you have to have a transfer inspection. They pick up everything the previous owner corrected, but they did not raise this question. So, and we maintain very nice. If you see a picture, that's very nice. And to enhance the environment and the landscaping, we would respectfully ask the board to approve for me to retain that.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Payas?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Also, the previous statement of the statement from my previous owner also submitted to the package, because they have a history much more than me.
Thank you.
And one more thing. Before we even move in, the house under construction, my neighbor already filed a complaint that the construction worker used the passage. And this is the second complaint, even we even know each other. So I don't know, could we stem from the previous dispute and just want to get it even with me? I don't know, it better be a good neighbor to one another, you know. The courtesy and respect to privacy of neighbor that should be upheld. I don't go around and walk behind some dear neighbor, just want to have a shortcut. Although it's a common area.
But you can. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Okay,
what common
thank you.
area is. So, Andy?
Sir, I just want to ask, do you understand the compromise that's been offered? Can you comment
Yes.
on it? What do you think about the compromise that he offered? Pushing the bush, and tell me if I'm wrong, he talked about pushing the bush a little different, maybe in a bit?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can talk
Okay.
on that, and I can work it out with the landscape department. But thing is, that's not an active passage. Based on the
Okay.
statement from my neighbor who still live there, where people walk past by
Yeah, I know.
the backyard, you wouldn't want anybody to walk by your
Would
backyard.
the
do you?
compromise still give you some privacy? I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
don't-
we can talk.
Not enough, I guess, right? Okay, that's
Yeah, we
fair.
can talk
Thank you.
now.
Yeah, this area is really. I've been visiting this area because we had a fruit tree. There was, I can see that that's next door. It's
Yeah.
kind of fire. But I would say, what Donna suggested, this is a more neighborhood issue. And if we can have a neighborhood can come agreed, like mediate and come up with a suggestion, I think that's the best way. But, everybody want to pass through and we have a common area they want to go and there was existing tree or flower bed and we want to get rid of it because I want to get through. So it is, I think they have a right to do it in a way because it's a common area. But I would also order why you want to get through? There's a lot of other areas you can go
So I
through.
think we have the member who might want to walk through here to speak to that, if you would like him to speak, a rebuttal. Is that all right?
All right.
Can I interrupt you for have that happen? Mr. Payeth, please have a seat, and
Thank you.
Mr. LaBelle. Yeah, Mr. LaBelle, I believe, lives at 5190.
5190, right. And you can hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, primary reason, well, one, it's invasion of common area. Number two, my wife goes for walks around the gate 11, and sometimes she has an urgent need to go to the bathroom. That's the sole reason I'm appealing this, I'm requesting the removal of the bushes. That, if you look at the map, you see she can cut from Elvira to our home quickly rather than doing a quarter of a mile by streetwise. And when you have an urgent need to use the bathroom, you don't care what's in front of you. As far as privacy and my neighbor's privacy, the resident of 5211 several years ago gave me permission to cross behind. And the resident of 5210, we crossed in front of her house once. She said, don't do that again. We have not done that again. In 5211, I was walking in the area to show a friend of mine the flower wall, and later on, not that time, so when we had a chance to talk, she says, don't do that again. I was naked in my living room. Well, for one thing, I wasn't looking. For number two, in the daytime, you cannot look through a window unless you're really close to it. And also on privacy, common area, no one on the first floor in Laguna Woods has total privacy. Let's see, the landscapers come by without notice. The lawn mowers come by without notice. 2 days ago, someone working over at 5191 decided to take a rest under a tree for his lunch hour right behind 5190, not 5191. It's a common area. Well, my living room and my computer room face the large area behind my home. People walk behind there, sometimes, not very much, but it's invasion of my privacy, if you want to consider it invasion of my privacy. And Mr. Pius spent a year renovating his home, 12 months, 6 days a week, of construction workers walking by my windows. So, and there was one of the letters from the former resident who is an attorney, who at the end of her letter suggests the landscape committee request that Third's legal counsel provide input to this matter regarding latches, estoppel, waiver, selective enforcement, and discrimination before this escalates into a legal matter. So she's threatening Third Mutual, which is why I didn't make this request while they were living there.
Okay, any questions for Mr. LaBelle? Okay, hopefully he answered your question, Moon.
Oh, and you were talking about the large area to the right. The crossing would be from the left through the right, not the other way, and we hardly ever do it, only in what my wife considers an emergency situation. We do respect other people's privacy.
Yeah. We're going to have a lot of, neighborhood dispute. This is a passing through privacy issue. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we're going to have upstairs, downstairs noise issue. All kinds of things going to come into board, and it's 1:05. We still have at least 32 hours to go. So what I'm saying is, as Donna suggests, I brought up many times, I talked to many other board members. It's a neighborhood issue. Let's have a neighborhood get together, discuss that, and if they cannot solve it, we will listen again and we talk about. Not every board member go out, look at the situation. Mm-hmm. And I think SK did that. I did that long time ago because of the fruit tree issue. I'm familiar with this neighborhood, but I'm not familiar with this particular house. Mm-hmm. So I would suggest that formed some kind of neighborhood advisory or mediator and talk about it, come up with it. And if you still have a problem, we'll discuss that. But you're already here. But I would prefer to report to neighborhood.
It's not just neighborhood, it's common area.
Rob?
Are we ready for a motion?
Yes, if
I would like to make a motion that if Kurt is able to negotiate an agreement by both people, I'm sorry, I left that mic off. I'd like to make a motion that if Kurt is able to effect a solution between two, which keeps everybody happy, that he go ahead and do so. In the event that he cannot do that, the Bushes have to go.
Okay, and I'll second that.
Oh, okay. By the way, the proposal is agreeable to me.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, any further discussion on that motion that's now before us?
I thought already proposed and could not agree between those two people.
Perhaps not.
Okay.
But if he tries, once the motion is in place where it's either agree or the plants get removed, there may be a different perspective. So we're with that motion, we'd be asking Kurt to try one more time.
Okay.
Moon, did you have something you wanted to say?
Can he repeat the motion? Ralph's mic wasn't on the whole time, so I only heard part of it.
Have Kurt work with the two members to come up with an agreed compromise. And if the agreed compromise cannot be come up with, the plants need to be removed.
I would like to add that at least several neighborhood people get together at that discussion.
Okay.
That will be tough.
In what period of time?
I can hear.
Is there a period of time? Is this open-ended? Ultimately, somebody has to make a decision. You can't drag it out. So how long are we talking about?
2 weeks? How long would you need to broker a discussion between these two members? 30 days. Okay. Right. Yeah.
I need my neighbor next door to be involved in the compromise thing.
He said he needs his neighbor to be part of the compromise.
5192, which it will be in 40.
I don't agree with that. I think those two need to be resolved.
Yeah.
Two people.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
right.
don't think so.
Two units. Yeah.
The owner of 5192 is new, hasn't lived there yet.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Okay, Jules, you had something to say?
Yeah, if we have two parties that have a dispute, trying to bring in a third party only makes things more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, we already see we have
That's a lawyer.
some signatures from some members that say they want them gone, some that say they want them left, so we know that there's not going to be agreement. So any further discussion before we vote on this motion?
I like Ralph's motion.
Okay, all right. So let us vote on this motion. Yeah.
Can we separate that motion? Because it's really two motions in one. Because I would like to vote no on removal, but I'd like to vote yes on working on a compromise.
No. No.
Okay.
No. So vote, if you don't like part of it, vote no. Feel free to vote no.
So what is the motion? One more time. One more time.
Give Kurt 30 days to come up with a compromise with the two residents. If he cannot, then the plants get removed. Okay, so ready to vote now?
This is what it says? It doesn't say that.
What is it? Sorry.
Entertain a motion to consider landscape appeal for resident members of 5191 Dunes.
That's just the heading of the agenda item.
Okay.
The motion is.
Yeah, the motion is updated on here, though.
Okay.
Can I get SK and Andy's votes? If you could just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. Okay, thank you.
Only 30 days, right?
That's right. Okay. That work for you, Kurt? Okay. Hopefully it works for Mr. Piaz and Mr. LaBelle. Thank you for both for coming in and sharing your story with us. Appreciate it. Know that sometimes living in a community like this can be difficult, so thanks. All right, thank you, board. We're now moving on to agenda item 15. Do we need to stand up and stretch again? Let's try to move through these committee updates quickly if we can. So agenda item 15 is where members share the monthly committee status of the third mutual committees, starting with a report of the Finance Committee. Donna?
Yes, and I will make this as brief as possible, but of course, especially at this time of the year, finance reports are important. Today's August 15th. Keep in mind we are looking at the reporting period through June 30th. And we always begin with the very first slide, the 30,000-foot overview, where we see that total revenue for third, that's everything all together, was a little over $22 million compared to expenses of $19.5 million, and therefore a net revenue of $2.694 million. And that's, again, all of our funds and all of our forms of revenue and expense combined. Moving on to slide 2. That's our operating portion of our financial resorts, and that's critical because this is what we work so hard on with the budget. This is what we anticipate spending, and this is the money we put aside for expenses we expect to have. And the operating fund does show a surplus of a little over, almost actually $1.2 million through the reporting period. This chart shows how much of the revenue went into operations. That is the operation budget right there. How much came from assessments and how much from non-assessment and compared to operating expenses, etc. Let's move to slide 3. This looks at our full income statement. We're back to that full statement. It looks like slide 1, except it's comparing it to budget. And we see that third end of the period better than our budget by a little over $1.5 million when combining both operating and reserve, etc., all together. So that's kind of the overview of things. Let's move to slide 4, where we see any significant variances from budget. And it's exciting to be able to see that they're all green. Everything is in excess, although we don't always want to see a lot of that, but there was nothing that was adverse. And so we have employee compensation, the biggest, $781,000 variable, primarily due to what we've been seeing all year, open positions in M&C and landscape. And the impacted areas in M&C are mostly damage restoration, not surprising after the rains we had before. Carpentry, paint, and plumbing. As we moved, investment expense is actually very favorable, and we are very happy to see that. Our investments have averaged 4% return versus a budgeted anticipation. Remember, this was done a year ago. Of 1.5%, which was the market at the time. So that's something we really like to see. Utilities are also favorable, primarily due to water and sewer. Water was favorable, and thank you to all of our members and everyone's hard work. Favorable $156,000 due to 25% lower consumption than budgeted. Some of that is landscape and parts of the new system that are in place, and a lot of it is residents and conservation efforts. And so they're proving effective, and we are very, very grateful to everybody. Sewer was favorable, resulting from lower sewer rates. Sewer rates, unfortunately, rates are going back up again next year, but we know what they are anticipated to be, and that will be considered in the budget. Outside services was favorable. Primarily from waistline remediation that started later than anticipated. So remember, this statement was June 30th, and as we move through the year, we anticipate catching up in that area. As we move to slide 5, the pie chart where you can get a visual picture of what's happening, we see our non-assessment, and this is revenue, and non-assessment revenues, $154,000 by category, starting with the largest generating categories of, yes, investment interest income because of the changing interest rates in the markets, and chargeable services. Remember, we do have them federally invested because of safety, which is our primary thing. Chargeable services, permit fee, and others going down, but the two biggest are investments and our chargeable services as non-investment revenue. Moving on, we have a pie chart of our expenses to date, and we see those expenses. Primary categories, starting with our largest category, employee compensation and related expenses, insurance being second, and outside services, et cetera. But the three big ones are employee compensation, insurance, and outside services. As we move on to slide 7, the non-operating fund balances. Remember, we were talking about operating funds, what we plan for. The non-operating fund balances were doing quite well. Each of them is improving as we go through the year, which is what we want. And these include our reserve funds, our contingency fund, the rec room for the Garden Villa Association, et cetera. And we're doing well. It was positive, and we do have a favorable end number there. On slide 6, we look at historically at the same thing we just looked at for our non-operating funds, and you can see that over the time, our reserve funds have been growing. That's the orange bar. Our yellow bar, which was the disaster preparedness, our concerns about disaster and keeping some money aside, has shrunk a little. Some of that was due to the fact that we now have earthquake insurance, and although it's only for $10 million, we had none before. So that fund is a little smaller. We're trying to build it back up again. The piece that was taken out of it was when we had that major insurance hit 2 years ago, and so we're paying it back, and everything else stays about the same. And last, we look at a resale history from 2021 through 2023. That's the very next slide. And you can see that there have been fewer sales this year. Not surprising, there are fewer units on the market. A lot of that has to do with the current interest rate. It's 69 units lower than the prior year. The average resale price was a little over $500,000, which is a bit higher than the prior year, the same period. But remember, we do have a big variation in sale prices. Some of those units, when they go over $1 million or $1.5 million, really skew that. So keeping all of that in mind, we anticipated and are seeing fewer sales. But as you notice, as the year is going on, they're picking up again. And we expect that market to resume at its usual rate. And with that, that concludes the finance report.
Great, thank you, Donna. Quickly looking around, see if anyone has any questions. Sometimes they do. All right. Okay, next we'll have the ACSC. Jim?
The ACSC met yesterday, And it was once in a blue moon where the second Monday and the third Tuesday came back to back. So a lot of the things that were done yesterday did not show up on today's agenda because there was no time for staff to report and get that ready. So I've asked President Laws to have a special meeting, and I believe we're going to have a special meeting as soon as possible so that we don't delay the variances that were approved an additional month. And he has agreed to do that, so when that meeting comes, that's when we'll take care of the Architectural Standards Committee variances.
Okay,
The next meeting is September 11th at 1:30 PM.
Yeah, good, thanks. Thank you, Jim. Anything new you'd like to report on the Third Maintenance and Construction Committee?
The only new thing is that, well, it's 2 weeks, 2 months ago almost, so I'm not gonna add a whole lot here and waste time on it. But I drove through Gate 11 the other day, and I saw where...
It's on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was
I
on.
drove through Gate 11, looked around that area, and I saw a lot of no parking signs where the work is going to be starting for the groundwater problem that we've had there. I think it's July 24th. No parking is going to be permitted in certain areas because the work's going to start. So that's good news. Our next meeting is August 30th in the boardroom here, 1:30 PM, and also on Zoom.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ralph. What's new with the Landscape Committee? Ira?
Nothing big to report, more just ongoing business, more architectural design templates coming in, more being asked for, defining areas to create more park areas by removing some turf. This first one will probably be a small one up by Gate 3?
Six.
And we're finishing up the urban forest management plan, and that should be ready for us for the next meeting. Talking about a revised stepping stone policy in which staff would decide if the stepping stones are in the way or not, to make it simpler, quicker, especially on resales. If they're not in the way, they're just going to get approved by landscape and not have to come to committee just to make things quicker and easier. And the next meeting we'll be talking more about the fruit tree policy and just regular business aeration of the turf and so on. And so it was not really all that exciting of a meeting. And our next meeting is Thursday, September 7th at 9:30 right here in the boardroom.
Great. Thanks, Ira. Is there anything more to be shared regarding Water Conservation Committee, Don?
The only thing is that we met on the 27th of July. We have quarterly meetings, and it was the same day that evening was when El Toro Water District was having their public hearing on their increases. So we're really quite pleased that the president of the board of El Toro Water District and several representatives were there to kind of discuss with us some of what's happening. They really didn't have much choice in some work that they just have to do. So we will be seeing some higher rates. And this is really when the conservation efforts are going to help. We have nothing that we can do about utility rates. They are what they are, but our conservation efforts help keep them in check. And our next meeting, we meet quarterly, so our next meeting will be October 26th, and that will be at 2 p.m. in the Sycamore Room. We are the fourth Thursday of the month quarterly, and that's it.
Great. Thanks, Donna. And finally, for third committees, we have the Third Resident Policy and Compliance Committee. This committee last met on Wednesday, July 26th, when we discussed Third's barbecue policy. We also discussed a request from a member to consider clarifying our nuisance noise policy with regards to fountains, and we discussed Third's disciplinary violations matrix and schedule of monetary penalties. And this committee will next meet a week from today, Tuesday, August 22nd at 9:30 a.m. here in the boardroom. We plan to continue our discussion on Third's disciplinary violations matrix, as well as start discussions on Third's policy against washing cars within the mutual and our damage restoration administration fee. So that's all we have for third mutual committees. Now we'll start, or move on to agenda item 16, where we will share our monthly GRF committee updates, starting with the GRF Community Activities Committee. Kush?
Sorry about that. The Community Activities Committee did meet last week. It was quite a long meeting. The club operating rules for the Clubhouse 4 clubs was discussed in detail, and they are going to come back with some final answers. In Clubhouse 1, the patio concert featuring the Britain's finest, the Beatle tribute, was held. It was a sold-out show with 350 attendants. The compressor for the main lounge in Clubhouse 1 HVAC system has been replaced and working well. In Clubhouse 4, a new staff member has been hired, and they are preparing to extend the club hours on the weekends from 9 to 4. And I think that is what a couple of clubs have been waiting very anxiously for that. Clubhouse 5, the floor maintenance has been completed last week. The summer splash day in July was a success. The event was sold out with over 60 kids attending. Great job, grandparents. Clubhouse 7, the HVAC system is fully operational and working well, but they have an unexpected issue with the main lounge floor, and they're working on it. The Equestrian Center has a new indoor grooming, vet exam, farrier room, and is complete and ready for use. The library continues to be a great service to the residents with volunteer greeters, and is typically a very welcome place and a cool place for people to go and relax and read some books or newspapers. The Garden Center 1 had a farmer's market, which was a great success, and a lot of participation by the buyers and the sellers. Many good fresh produce items were available to buy. The next CSC committee meeting will be held on September 14th at 1:30 p.m. in the boardroom. Thank you.
What's the latest with the GRF maintenance?
The last meeting of GRF M&C committee was on August 9th. Guy West provided staff update concerning the cracked beam in the shuffleboard building and some other things there. Preliminary examination and observation of that crack over several months, as well as settling the foundation beneath supports of that beam, does not suggest that there's any structural problem. Nevertheless, professional engineer is being considered to investigate and consider the technical aspects of that. The electrical problem in the PAC has not yet been resolved either. We have no existing schematic drawings available, so there's considering an electrical engineer to contract to develop and study the program and develop a schematic. The golf driving range resodding is behind schedule due to spring weather. There's been some difficulty in getting the grass stolons to grow in spite of the recommended soil amendments recommended. They're going to be doing additional study on that. Guy West also gave brief reports and slide presentations on street paving status, update on the Equestrian Center fencing and gates, which is scheduled for September and October. He gave us some slides on the stable trim and door paint project, where it shows photographs of the progress now, and the protective coating on the inside of the stable doors. The Shepherd's Crook fencing at Gate 3 is currently, the material is currently under fabrication, and that'll be installed before the end of the year, I imagine. Replacement of the generator The vehicle maintenance facility was also discussed, actually involved into a discussion of multiple emergency generators and corresponding fuel supplies. The next scheduled meeting is October 11 at 9:30 a.m. here in the boardroom and probably virtual.
Next, we have the GRF Disaster Preparedness Task Force. Okay.
Thank you. GRF Disaster Preparedness Task Force Committee meeting was held on July 25th, 9:30 a.m. in this boardroom. In that meeting, Task Force Committee discussed many agenda items, and two major items discussed were first, Ms. Grace Stansel presented training detail of 15 volunteers disaster preparedness training at Clubhouse 3. And the second item is Sergeant Theo Wilder from OC County Sheriff Department presented their NIMS SEMS, I don't know what those stand for, but and the United Command and Operations Structure System that OCSD Orange County Security Department, I suppose, has in place for disaster management. What that means is be happy, don't worry, I guess, because we have Orange County Sheriff's Department has some disaster program. But next DPTF meeting is scheduled on September 26th, 9:30 a.m. in this boardroom. Thank you.
All right, thanks, SK. Do you have any updates from the last GRF Mobility and Vehicles Committee, Kush?
Very short one. MNV meeting update held on August 2nd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. in the boardroom. Resident use of the bus service was updated by staff. It was noted that we have a steady increase in the numbers. The MNV meeting will be held quarterly from now on. So our next MNV meeting will be on the first Wednesday in November at 1:30 p.m. in the boardroom.
Okay, thanks. Next, we have an update on the Information Technology Advisory Committee. This committee, known as ITAC, is overseeing the development and implementation of the new village-wide computer system. The first phase of this effort will focus on our accounting and financial tools and is expected to go live later this year. They're currently doing some iterative testing, and testing is looking good. The overall project is a little bit behind. They pulled in some functionality that they were planning on doing in later phases into this phase because it fit better to do it in this phase, and will make it the next phases go a little bit easier. But things are progressing well, and we still have to figure out the go-live date. And the ITAC is scheduled to next meet on Friday, August 25th. Andy, do you have any updates from the last GRF Compliance Ad Hoc Committee?
Yes, the committee met on Friday, August 11th, and the committee completed its work on the GRF compliance policy, and that was approved, the changes, and that has been sent on to the GRF board for further review and ultimate approval. Next meeting date is to be determined.
Okay, good, thanks. Next, we have the GRF Broadband Ad Hoc Committee. Jim, you have anything to share with us?
Other than we met on July 25th, and the next meeting says August 21st, but I'm showing it on August 22nd.
Okay.
So
one of those
it's
days.
either the 21st or the 22nd.
Okay, good.
And nothing to report because it's all confidential.
Okay, all right, at this time, good. Hopefully one of these days we'll get some information about what's going on. And what's the latest with the Laguna Woods Village traffic hearings, SK?
Yes, traffic hearing was held on July 19th at 9 a.m. in this boardroom. In that hearing, 5 violations were heard, and the committee voted as follows. First, 3 voted guilty and pay fine. Number 2, 1 not guilty. 3, 1 voted to withdraw and the citation, withdraw the citation since the vehicle used for storage was not a part of a traffic hearing. Next traffic hearing is scheduled tomorrow, August 16, 9 a.m. in this boardroom. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And finally, regarding GRF committees, the following have not met since the last third board meeting on July 18th, so there are no updates for these. The GRF Clubhouse Facilities Renovation Ad Hoc Committee last met on March 6th, and the date and time of its next meeting is to be determined. The GRF Landscape Committee last met on May 10th and is scheduled to next meet on Tuesday, August 22nd at 1:30 p.m. here in the boardroom. The GRF Media and Communications Committee last met on July 17th and is scheduled to next meet on Monday, September 18th at 1:30 p.m. here in the boardroom. The GRF Security and Community Access Committee last met on June 28th and is scheduled to next meet on Wednesday, August 28th at 1:30 p.m. here in the boardroom. The GRF Finance Committee last met on June 21st and is scheduled to next meet tomorrow, Wednesday, August 16th at 1:30 p.m. here in the boardroom. And finally, the GRF Website Ad Hoc Committee last met on May 22nd, and the date and time of its next meeting is to be determined. So this concludes our committee reports. We're now at agenda item 17, which is for the board to note of any items they would like to be discussed at future board meetings. So far, we have 3 items on our list that we put on 28-day member review and comment time frame. And these are the rescission of the Thirds barbecue policy, the approval of the revised electricity usage reimbursement policy, and the approval of the revisions to the alteration fee schedule. Are there any other items anybody wants to put on the future agenda items other than lunch? All right. We're now at agenda item 18, director's comments. Any directors have any last brief comments about what happened today that they'd like to share?
No.
Thanks, SK. None for Annie Moon. Any final comments? No comments for Moon. Jules? No. All right, Ira? No. Okay, Ralph?
No comment.
Jim?
No.
Chris? None. Kush? Staff? No. Donna? Donna's frozen. Sorry, Donna. Hopefully you didn't have much to say. Hopefully you're having a good time where you are. And I have nothing. So the business of our open meeting has now been completed at this time. The monthly board meeting will recess for 4 minutes and reconvene to executive session. Thanks to all of you who participated. Thanks to everyone for listening. And thanks for the 2 of you for sticking around for 4 hours. Appreciate it. This meeting is adjourned.
Lady.